Good evening, Mayor and Council. Not a ton here visually for everyone, but I did want to take an opportunity to circle back with everyone here just to ask a couple of final questions, understanding the importance of boards and committees and ad hoc committees with their recommendations to council to make sure that we're able to provide an accurate and clear recommendation to the council. Are there specific things or any specific questions that council has or would like the committee to specifically answer or target in the executive summary and or the memos or recommendation to council, thinking about specific things like thresholds or a list of priorities if council were to decide to pare down or make modifications? Would you want that explicitly spelled out in the recommendation, or were there any additional questions that might have arisen to your attention with a couple of weeks to kind of sit with, I think, both presentations?
Council? One thing that popped up when I was looking at it was, again, just the design phase. I'm not sure if this has to do with the committee. And first of all, I want to thank the committee for all their work they've done on this. It's a huge undertaking, and we had a great committee, very diverse. And please pass along our thanks for their work on this.
Absolutely.
One of my thoughts is just the ability to value engineer based upon modules. Things might change, i.e. with our dispatch center, whatever the case might be. And I'm not just saying on a value engineer down, but also the ability to modulate up if something else, some other opportunity, i.e. in a regional sense, comes up. How do we make sure and ensure that we have built-in growth potential for the facility?
Yeah, that's the biggest unknown is the call center and how big it is and where it is and who's there.
What communities it's servicing?
Yeah. And the other thing is just the operational inefficiencies of the police department.
Mm-hmm.
We've talked about it in the committee,
Yep.
but I'm not sure how much the public realizes, and the chiefs pointed out all that stuff, particularly
About being here, you mean?
Yeah, being here, transporting people over to Lewiston to do some of the processing, and, I mean, it's just not a good setup, and, I mean, I don't know how you monetize that. You could, I'm sorry. You could be putting, a dollar figure on some of it, but just in terms of operational efficiency, it's very bad, and then financially, there's a cost, but it's probably less important than just how the department operates.
Sure, and we found that, whenever we transport somebody more than necessary, you add the risk of possible escape to that as well. And we've had a couple of those instances lately. So I'm not sure how you can put a dollar value on those inefficiencies, because it's just, we've built it into the routine of the agency for the last 12 years. But the prisoner processing area in the new building is super efficient, goes back to what we had at the old PD, and it makes for a much smoother investigation on our end. And I'm not sure how you equate that to a dollar figure.
I think we'd call it opportunity cost if you're.
Sure.
So the time that somebody is spending extra time with someone, moving someone from here to here and then here to here, that person's not out in the community
Right.
doing their community job.
You can figure there's probably a solid, for each OUI arrest that we do, there's a solid hour of inefficiency time that's spent packaging that prisoner for transport to Lewiston, doing the test over there, transporting that person either back to this here or to the county. So we could estimate it that way based on the number of OUIs in a year.
Just on that alone.
Sure.
Ryan, did you have? I think on that same note, though, as we're talking about inefficiencies, lost opportunity costs, and this, I'm already starting to think about the larger financial implications of this. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and where do we offset? What offsets are we going to realize through consolidation, through efficiencies, through decrease in health care, insurance premiums for fire specifically. All those factors go into the annualized savings that offsets what the potential bond's going to be, which then obviously needs to be offset through increased valuation. So I think those are key components. It doesn't have to be done in a memo next week or next month, but I think as we're progressing over the next couple of months, really taking a hard look at that.
And also a big factor too is the expanded EOC area that can also double as a training room. Because the one thing we found here in the city is meeting space for a class is getting more and more difficult to schedule for a week to a time. Because anytime we host a class, we get 2 free slots in each class. And that's close to $1,000 in value for some of the trainings that we do host when it becomes the FBI Leader Supervision Series. And so we're missing opportunity when we have a hard time booking meeting space for a week. We started with the senior center, but the senior center is getting super busy right now. So those are additional savings that we can look at as well to try to factor in as part of the overall inefficiency piece as well.
Any other comments? Councilor Staples?
Yeah, I think as part of this, it would be helpful to me to see the perceived budget impact of a new facility, not just maybe with some cost savings if possible, but what are the operational costs of running this new facility, and what's that impact on the bottom line of the budget? I mean, I'm not looking for a miracle because I realize it costs money to run a building. It's just, it would be good information to have.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'll definitely say, even in just the comments that I just articulated, I think what's really helpful as we're finalizing this is that this really is both a recommendation, but also a document more broadly to the public as well about the process, about the articulation and the justification as to why the recommendations were made, and also answering a lot of these questions, I think will be helpful to help guide the public through the ad hoc committee's process, but also in helping council understand what those deliberative processes were and why, rather than just a blanket recommendation. And I think those were kind of 2 different paths that the ultimate final product could have taken. And so I think what I'm also hearing is that something a little bit more elaborate, but a little bit more detailed, kind of walking through a number of these pieces is something that council would be more inclined to see rather than, a 1-page memo that just kind of articulated, here's what we recommend, and kind of go from there. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think as a counselor, I feel as though I'll probably get some questions. And if I had the high-level notes that I could use to possibly answer some of those questions, and of course we refer people to public information sessions that are held in the fall for more information. There's always people you can email and so forth, but I just don't like to say, if somebody asks me a question, I don't like to just say, well, contact this person. I want to have some sort of an answer to start with.
There's a couple things. The operating costs definitely are going to be better per square foot, which makes sense with new buildings. That's sort of, obvious. The other thing, though, and people haven't talked about this, but we've got this beautiful pedestrian courtyard downstairs, between the building and Auburn Hall and the parking garage, which is basically a police staging area. And the architects at Harriman's just, I'm sure they groan every time they come in the building because they look at this, pedestrian courtyard, which is not that pedestrian friendly, and it's worked.
It's work,
But it's
but
less than ideal.
it makes me cringe every time I drive
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
I think the flip side too is not just about the use, but the intended use of the parking garage on the space as well. Frank, for example, how many spots right now would you say the PD take up on the first floor of the parking garage?
About, for the fleet, about 30, and then employee staff, probably another 25 to 30.
So just to give you, 60 altogether?
That's about right.
Okay. So the cost right now to build structured parking on a per space basis is $25,000 a spot. That's $1.5 million in freed up parking.
Seems low.
And that might be high.
It was
yeah.
a couple of weeks ago, I got kind of quoted, but again,
Okay.
I think it was probably lower when we built it, but to replicate that now, it could be 25, could be a little bit more. So either way, $1.5 million. If you're looking at a revenue generation at a area market rate on a per spot basis, on a monthly basis, you're looking at $32,400 in theory, annually for those 60 spots. So I think both of those numbers need to be, tweaked out a little bit. But for example, there is something that can be included in the pro forma, the freeing up of $1.5 million in parking spots and the ability to gain $32,000 a year.
Well, and you also take into consideration the space that you gain here when we leave. It can bring those satellite offices that the city currently has back into the building as well. And you're saving on those lease costs as well.
Yeah, not just so there is a cost to us, obviously, having CDBG outside of this facility. Bringing them in will be that cost saving, but also, we know that, even once we do a bit of an alignment with departments that create some efficiencies, there'll still be some space that would make sense that partner pretty closely with CDBG to bring in and rent that space out to another partner organization. So there's some opportunities there as well.
It might not be a bad idea to get, maybe, I don't know, I don't want to tell you how to do this, but maybe Liz to come up with some sort of a presentation about what efficiencies we gain as a city, not including fire or police. Outside of that, saying, hey, we have this extra space, we have extra parking. This is a net gain for the city because we have a bunch of extra space now, and this is what we might do with it. Just add to the presentation.
Yeah, I think we can do some. Like anybody touch their mic? Yeah, I don't think that's in this room.
All clear.
So,
Okay.
I think we lost Mike, but that's okay. Well,
Did we lose Mike?
yeah,
Yeah, we
we
lost
can, I think we can get some preliminary numbers, at least for the executive summary. Because some of that will be, where are we going to be in 3 years from now when what space might be available? But we can do some projections.
And this is all part of that kind of like 360-degree planning process. Displacement, what's moving in, how is this going to be beneficial to all of our businesses locally, kind of revenue we can gain, so on and so forth. So, proper planning. We got a good runway, but we got to do it now. If this goes to referendum in November, we're voting on this in August, I believe, or September to make it on the ballot for November. Okay. So all that will need to be happening along with in conjunction with a campaign of sorts, education campaign. Okay. Anything else? Any other parting words on this? We look forward to very constant and frequent workshops on this item for years to come. Okay. Years to come.
Sounds good, but this is, yeah. How to craft this.
Okay, great, thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Phil. We're going to talk about
Thanks, Mayor.
eliminating city council meetings.
So this discussion is about moving city council meetings. So this is something that has been discussed off and on now for quite a few years, especially when we have a year like we just had. So 2022, this is regarding Mondays and Monday holidays. So most of our Monday holidays do impact the schedule. Third Monday of that month. So in 2022, we had 7 holidays fall on Monday, which required the council to move to another date. In 2023, there'll be 6, and in 2024, there'll be 5. I just wanted to project out what the next couple of years were going to look like, just to show that it doesn't get any better than what you see right there. It's not like we're going to have a year where it's going to be less than that. If anything, you're going to have another holiday that could potentially still come up and land. So you're going to be anywhere between 5 and 7 most years. That's what you're going to see about consistently needing to reschedule.
Is there a charter required? Like, can we do it the 2nd and the 4th Mondays, as opposed to the 1st and the 3rd, if that's when all the holidays are?
So yeah, nothing really impacts you on which dates, other than sometimes it does align with, there's probably no board that aligns with you more closely than the planning board. And so if you think about when action takes place at a council meeting, when it can get on the next planning board agenda, when can they meet and get it back to you, There
So
are
then
some,
the second
there are some
Tuesday?
challenges there, because they meet on the second Tuesday.
So
Not,
just moved
not
it-
completely, but there are impacts.
if we had the second and the fourth, how many conflicts are there? I bet none.
Second and fourth Monday?
Christmas next year.
Yeah, you just, it would be
Just one of the
it'd be the holidays that move, right? So you're probably looking at, max then would probably be around 3.
Never the 4th of July.
No, you could have the 4th of July.
Not on the second. Oh,
Well, we didn't have trash pickup,
Oh,
so.
I'm sorry, yeah.
All right.
No, you wouldn't have that. I
Yeah.
was thinking 4th of July. was supposed to be that first Monday.
You also could move, you could move that Monday, that's a holiday, to the following Monday too.
So you can always do that. The challenge is like what we've seen. You have, when you do a back-to-back meeting, one, staff does not have time to prepare some of the work that you're looking at by the time that you get out of that meeting to get it turned around. There's also no turnaround for any public hearing, because those all need at least a 14-day notification. So you don't hit the public hearing notification requirement. So you're pushing it out, which means you're gonna have an agenda that's gonna potentially have a light agenda meeting. Staff is fine, I just wanna make sure, staff is fine whenever you decide to meet. It comes up that this is an issue, we're always rescheduling, here's your solution. Or you just stay with the way that it's always been. But we now added Juneteenth to the schedule, so that's an additional holiday that does impact this schedule. And, I feel like there's something else that we talked about that seems to be something that's coming up, but I think that's
But
it.
logistically, if we moved it just for our second and the fourth, then we changed once you got going, it wouldn't make any difference.
Planning board is definitely an issue, though.
But we would change their day to like the first.
yeah, no matter what we're talking about, I think we're talking about moving the planning board.
What if they did the first Tuesday of the month? I mean, once you're going, it doesn't really matter.
Well,
Like, it's
it-
not a monthly quota.
It matters a lot to people that have worked around us for years, knowing Monday is council night, and other people have made schedules on Tuesdays, so you didn't hit Mondays. We're not only looking at the council meetings,
No.
we're looking at a lot of
It
other
impacts other boards,
groups.
you figure
Yeah,
we
that's
have,
what I mean, but
we
it
have
changes-
30 committees and boards that meet, and so it can certainly impact those.
Yeah,
But if we went from the second Tuesday of the month to the first Tuesday of the month, and we went from the first Monday of the month to the second Monday of the month, like, once you get going, it's not like we're each month, we're a week to week every, I mean,
I think really,
because the third week is
Tuesdays
water
are,
and sewer.
Tuesdays are pretty beneficial, right? Tuesdays are good, because, well, frankly, it gives good, coming in on a Monday with everything else that normally happens on a staff standpoint, I'll let you speak more about that. Tuesday gives a good bit of breathing room for us to actually have probably a more effective and productive meeting. But Tuesday's also the meeting week of Lewiston too, which normally wouldn't bother me, though we did get an email, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention it, from Judy Meyer asking us to reconsider. And she has some very valid points about coverage and so forth. But again, that's always a secondary priority till running the city. I am concerned about this ripple effect that this will have. And yes, after a period of time, people will get used to it, everything will be fine, right? I mean, we can look at different scenarios and go deeper, but I'm wondering, does the council want to exhaust or use staff resources to look at these different options and start polling planning board members specifically, because that'll be the most impactful? Or do we want to just keep doing it on the Tuesday preceding or following that Monday holiday and keep it kind of hard on that, versus defaulting out to the following Monday? We just do it on that Tuesday. And the other option is changing it to the, if we did the second and fourth Mondays of the month, it's alternating from school committee meetings. We would definitely have to move planning board at that point to like the first Tuesday, or something similar. We need that space in order to, prepare the schedules and actions going to and back and forth. It's not an easy question. I can understand why they debated about this years ago, 5-6 years ago.
I think we're better off to stay the way we are, and we move it when we have to move it. I don't know why we would want to move everybody else around our date, it's our problem. We have to move 5 or 6 or 7 times to a Tuesday is not gonna kill us.
So in the past, so we've recently moved to the Tuesday following the holiday. That hasn't been that long. Question would be, do you want to keep that, or do you want to go the Tuesday after the meeting? Tuesday after the meeting, where you run into conflict most of the time is, especially if it's July 4th, you have people away, nobody wants to come in that next night after July 4th, or Labor Day weekend. Those are the things that sometimes we've had some concerns about that. Or you just keep it on the Tuesday following that Monday holiday.
Yeah,
But I believe we, did we have a conflict with planning board on one of those?
They're on the second Tuesday. They're on the second Tuesdays of the month. I think we might have, but it was a special meeting on their end. I could be wrong.
So I think it's the Tuesday after the holiday. I think that's where we're at. If everybody's good with that, we'll continue that, knowing that you're gonna have a few conflicts. Where we never really have conflicts is, you all, we don't have an attendance issue with the council. Council's always here. That's never an issue. It's just how does it, I think most of the time it's how does it impact the community who might be coming in. So if council's good, we're good. You won't see this on first. We'll keep it as.
Let's just keep it as kind of a placeholder for right now, Phil, if we can. Think about it. If we want to keep this on, we can let the manager know. We can have it on the agenda. We can debate it some more then. We can vote on it either up or down. Or if there's any other suggestions, we can look at that as well. So, fair enough? Yeah? Fair enough?
Okay.
Yeah, as a placeholder, and then we'll make a determination by agenda setting. Good. That's it? Other
That's it.
questions, comments? Okay.
Good. Maybe take a 10-minute recess, then we'll go into executive session. Or you could go in executive
I'm
session.
going to go into executive session now, kill the cameras, and then come back in. We'll do a recess immediately after, or excuse me, immediately before. So at this time, I'd like to, I'm going to blame you. That's, at this point, I'd like to entertain a motion to enter into executive session to discuss a legal matter pursuant to 1 MRSA 405, subsection 6. I have a motion.
Motion to approve.
Councilor Gary, Councilor Whiting, all those in favor?
Point of order, there's none on the agenda.
No, we're adding this onto the agenda. I'm sorry, I should have made that clear.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a last minute one.
Okay.
All those in favor? Opposed? None being? We're in executive session 7-0. And there'll be no further action until our regular council meeting at 7 o'clock.
They gotta figure out how to fix this.
It's,
Put some pads on
it's
them
one
or
of
something.
It's he's got he's got the,
yeah.
he's got the gain too
It's
high.
one, we think it might be that one, but yeah.
That's what I was saying.
We just,
You guys want to take a couple minutes?
whatever, we've only been here 20 minutes.
Well, you know what, we'll make sure we have a break. We'll hold off on a break. We'll have a break both times, so. But this-
I'd rather take the 10 minutes before 7 o'clock.
Remember, he rounds up to the top and bottom of the hour, so 8 minutes.
I'd rather take the or 15 minutes at 6.
of that are trying to figure out how to bring Auburn into it, as we've tried to keep you out. And they're asking if, Auburn would consider voluntarily attending that meeting.
19th, 2022. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have 5 consent items on the agenda tonight. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion, Councilor Staples, second from Councilor Walker. All those in favor? Opposed? None being. Passes by a vote of 7-0. Next are the minutes of the June 27th, 2022 regular city council meeting. Are there any corrections? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the June 27th regular city council meeting at this time.
So moved.
Motion.
Councilor Staples, second from Councilor Whiting. All those in favor? 7-0. Now on to communications, presentations, and recognition. I'd like to invite the Auburn Police Department in right now, and this is, let me get some. We're here to celebrate. 3 promotions today. First, Lieutenant Eric Audette. Lieutenant Eric Audette has served the City of Auburn as a police officer for 28 years. From 1998 to 2000, he served as a special agent with the Maine Drug Enforcement Agency, and in 2003 was promoted to Sergeant of the Patrol Division. In 2011, he was assigned to Sergeant of Criminal Investigations Division. In 2019, he was assigned to Administrative Division as a Professional Standards and Training Coordinator, and as a lieutenant, Lieutenant Audette will oversee the daily operations of the department's newly formed Professional Standards Division. Lieutenant Audette is accompanied by his wife, Jen, and daughter, Caroline. Their son, Cameron, is out of state and unable to attend, but will be watching virtually. Lieutenant Steve Goslin. Lieutenant Steve Goslin is entering his 25th year with the Auburn Police Department. Prior to this promotion, Lieutenant Goslin worked as a sergeant of the Patrol Division for the last 10 years. His prior assignments include Field Training Officer, School Resource Officer, and Detective with Criminal Investigations Division. Lieutenant Goslin was the Supervisor of the Year for 2018. Lieutenant Goslin is accompanied by his wife, Michelle, and daughter, Peyton. Their son, Adam, who's enlisted in the United States Army, is away at training and is preparing for a career in law enforcement as well. Lieutenant Jason Moore. Lieutenant Jason Moore has worked for Auburn Police Department for 26 years, starting as a reserve officer in 1996 and hired full-time in 1998. Prior to his promotion, Lieutenant Jason Moore worked as a sergeant in the Criminal Investigations Division and Patrol Division. His prior assignments include School Resource Officer, Computer Crimes Task Force, and Detective. He is the driving force behind the Department Peer Support Program. Lieutenant Moore was Supervisor of the Year in 2017. Lieutenant Moore is accompanied by his wife today, Angela. Lieutenants, please repeat after me. I, state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and of this state, so long as I shall remain a citizen thereof, and that I will faithfully discharge, to the best of my abilities, the duties incumbent on me as Police Lieutenant for the City of Auburn, according to said constitutions, the laws of the state, and ordinances of this city. On my honor, I won't betray my badge, my integrity, my character or public trust. I'll have the courage to hold myself and others accountable for our actions. I'll uphold the Constitution, community, and agency I serve. So help me God. City of Auburn, I'd like to introduce our 3 new lieutenants.
Congratulations.
Could we get the family and the officers up here to the podium, please? Or the DS? Great job. We're going to take a minute and have some pictures. We'll make sure we get out of the way here to come out better. Chief, thank you. Listen, 7 of us, 8 of us up here that love cake. I remember last time, you never failed to deliver. So councilors, just as a side note, when we did our restructuring of the police department, creating these lieutenant positions, this is that action that's happening now. So very positive. Okay, Mr. Manager, I'm going to turn it over to you. We have some other communications in here. First, City of Auburn certified member of AARP. Do you want to go through some of this communications before we go into presentations?
Mr. Mayor, I would just state that these are just a record of file. These communications are filed, and first one being the certified AARP network. That's the work of the age-friendly community. Councilor Walker is the chair of that committee, and this is the action that they have done to apply for and become a certified organization. And the other communication from Petitioners Committee is just a matter of record.
Very good. Next up, we have a presentation on assessing evaluation adjustments and our declared ratio and our 2022 mill rate. I'd like to ask Karen Scammon and Joe St. Peter to please come up, and the floor is yours.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, Manager Kroll, and members of the City Council. I'm Karen Scammon, City Assessor, Joseph St. Peter, Deputy Assessor. As you are all well aware, we have made adjustments to the valuations, some of the valuations, for the upcoming 2023 tax year. So we are here tonight. We are going to do our best to explain why these adjustments were made, how these adjustments were made, and hope that we do our best at that. So I am going to let Joe start, and
Okay, so tonight we're going to talk about the market adjustments that have been made for the 2022 year. Our goal is to assess properties fairly, equitably, in compliance with all mandated regulation laws of the state of Maine. We're going to cover that. So when talking about why are we doing this, why now, I could have put up a lot of different graphics, sales ratio studies, lengthy charts and, bar charts and pie charts and all kinds of things. But I thought I'd keep it really simple and show one data point, which is the sale of a particular property in Auburn. In 2018, that property sold for $185,000. In 2022, it sold for $305,000. And those ratios have dropped over time. We're going to talk about what that means, but the assessed value really hasn't kind of kept pace with that. And for us in the assessing office, this is the new normal. This is what we're seeing is these lopsided ratios of sales. And we have to talk about what our obligation is in order to meet the expectations of us. In 2018, the overall single-family ratios were at 91. And in 2022, with a partial year of sales, we're at 0.64. And we're going to explain more what that means as we go forward. So some numbers that are pretty important to us are the committed values. These are the 2022 property values. Our total real estate is $2.5 billion. I think that's a pretty big number. We have $2 billion in taxable and $458 million is fully exempt. We also assess personal property in the city of Auburn to the tune of $322 million. Of that, $101 million is taxable, and we have some exempt property. Business personal property owners are eligible for an exemption called Betty, the business equipment tax exemption, and that's to the tune of $221 million. And we do get some reimbursements on that, which we're also going to talk about. So if you think about what our overall city valuation is in the city of Auburn, we're pushing $3 billion. We're at $2.8 billion. So what did we do this year? In response to those rising property values and lowering ratios, we had to make some adjustments. And essentially, the classes of properties that were most affected were single-family properties, being conventional single-family homes, condominiums, and mobile homes. That adjustment amongst those three classes of properties resulted in a $178 million increase in value based on our market adjustments based on sales. And we understand that that's a very big number. We also made some adjustments to ag land, which we were finding over even a longer period that the sales were higher than the assessed values, and that resulted in a $3.3 million increase in vacant ag land. We also see net growth. We have new assessments, new buildings, new construction, splits and merges in parcels that change value, reassessments, properties that go from taxable to exempt. There are a number of changes that happen each year that result in that net increase was $17.3 million. So one important thing to understand is what is the sales ratio. The assessing department always strives for, and actually assessing departments across the state, because it's their constitutional responsibility, is to strive for 100% ratio in our sales. So if an assessed value is $200,000 and sales price that are tried and true and qualified is $200,000, we would consider that a measure of the market. And if those two things are equal, then we have a ratio of 1. And that's ideal. Another example would be if that assessed value is $200,000, the sale price is $250,000, then we have a ratio, we would say it's a ratio of 80, 0.8. And that is a dropping ratio. And it works the other way around too. If the assessed value is higher than the sale price, then that ratio is going to be above 1. So just quickly, this is a kind of an illustration of what a sales ratio study is. There's only a few sales in this sample. In the city of Auburn, annually we have hundreds of single-family sales, so this would be a much bigger data set, but it's up here to kind of illustrate what are the kind of components of a sales ratio. So some important numbers are the average ratio, a median ratio to kind of check against the average, and there are some more complex metrics that we get into it. We take sales that are not considered arm's length, which would be maybe a family sale or a bank sale or a foreclosure sale and a number of others that are just eliminated from the list altogether. When we have that list of what are called qualified sales, we then remove outliers according to professional standards. Usually it's a 15%, 7.5 above and 7.5 below, but that kind of depends on the appraisal problem and what we're doing. And we do sales ratio studies frequently in office. We do it to test what's going on in certain neighborhoods. We do it across classes of properties to see how they compare. And, you know, sometimes it's you know, very informative for us to do that. So we actually do sales ratio studies very often. They're also done by the state of Maine. And the state of Maine uses data that we give them, and they use that data to determine ratios of their own, and that becomes the basis for what their expectations of us are. So if we look at ratios determined from July 2019 to June 2020, which is currently, ratios are always a couple years behind when it comes to our certifying ratio in the present year. So we're looking back at, you know, 2.5 years essentially to those ratios. So according to the state of Maine, our single-family residential properties in aggregate were at a 0.83 ratio. Industrial and commercial properties were at 98 and 93 respectively. So when you have a class of property with a low ratio, it is being assessed at less than market value. Class of property with a higher ratio is being assessed closer to market value. So in this example, commercial and industrial properties are nearly 100%, which is good. Commercial and industrial properties in Auburn, in this example, have a higher share of the tax burden. And I was trying to think of ways to sort of explain this in a way that kind of makes sense. If we forget to assess your neighbor's house, he's going to have a substantially lower property value than you. That's an error, and it's an error that everyone would agree needs to be corrected. They have a proportionately lower share of the tax burden. From the perspective of the commercial industrial owner, we've left the house off. We've left part of their assessment out. So the striving is to get us closer, that residential ratio, closer to full market value in order to kind of close that equity gap between the two classes of properties. And it is our responsibility to get those properties to what's called just value, or what the Constitution of the state of Maine interprets as market value. So again, you know, just kind of rehashing that data, the commercial industrials, you know, there's kind of a 10% difference between the ratios compared to residential. If you aggregate those, our target is somewhere between 13. And I'll let Karen take over from here.
So each year, the assessor has to certify a ratio to the Maine Revenue Services. As Joe alluded to, they will send us paperwork with a developed parcel ratio on it based on those sales ratio studies that we had provided to the state. They do their own sales ratio studies, we do ours. Usually they are very close in the percentage, the ratio that we come up with. This ratio, as I said, is developed each year. This past year, when we got our developed ratio, it was 83%. That means that our overall ratio for all classes of property in the city is coming out at 83%. Now, by law, and this has been dropping every year. For instance, in 2019, it was 96. In 2020, it was 91. In 2021, it was 88. This one is 83. So there's a trend. We are definitely, our ratio is dropping, our sale prices are rising, and that gap is growing large. In addition to that, this year, usually the assessor has the discretion to choose a ratio within 20% of the declared ratio the state sends. This year, they changed that. Maine Revenue changed the law. We had to be within 10% of the state declared ratio. So therefore, they give us a range on this paperwork that we have to fill out and send back. This year, our range for the developed ratio was between 75. We could choose, we could either take their ratio, option number one. Option number one. We have several options. This is not set in stone by the Maine Revenue. This is up to the assessor and the assessing department to set this ratio, so we do have options. Option one, we can take their ratio and say, okay, we accept your ratio, we will declare 83%, we will adjust our valuations to 83%, our exemptions to 83%, our personal property. You get the picture. So, we also have other options. If we choose to choose one between that 75 and 91%, they have no issue with that. We could have chosen anywhere in between there, and that's fine. We chose to hold our 93% ratio, and we will tell you the reasons for that as we move along. But that was our decision. We thought it was best for the city. We thought it was best for the taxpayers in the long run. And again, we will explain why, but we chose the 93%. When we do that, we have to explain why. Why are you outside those parameters? So we put together some new sales ratio studies with the adjustments that we made. We had to send it off to the Maine Revenue, show them that we were making an effort and that we had brought those values up to 93% or higher. We were within their new parameters based on the information we provided to them. You can do it as a partial revaluation. You can do it as market-based adjustment, which is exactly what we did. That means that there are certain classes of properties in your city that, as Joe went over, are not equitable with each other. Our single family was not equitable. It was at 83%. We needed to bring that up and close the gap, make everybody equitable. That's why we only did certain classes of properties, single family, for instance, and the vacant ag land. That helped close that gap. So I just want you to understand that there were options, and this is the option we made the decision to choose. And as Joe moves along, he'll give you a little more explanation why.
So as we get into the two different options, and these are kind of critical in our process, when faced with these dropping ratios, we really have an obligation to make sure that we correct them. But why not choose option one? At face value, it's simple, no muss, no fuss. You just change the ratio and you don't have to do a whole lot else. Well, there are some consequences. One, we would have to adjust exemptions, including the homestead, which would be worth less. By the way, we have over 4,300 homestead exemptions worth $100 million. The overall reimbursement on homestead would drop. We have to adjust our personal property to the ratio, meaning we lose, this year would be about $10.2 million in taxable personal property compared from a 93% ratio to a 83% ratio. And similar to that, we lose Betty reimbursement value by 22 million. And that reimbursement, because we're a community that has a lot of personal property, we get enhanced Betty. That ends up being about $298,000 in tax dollars if you were to calculate it that way. We also have to adjust new valuation and declared assessments. And a declared assessment is something like what information that we get from CMP and utilities, the dams at Brookfield Dams and other assessments. Those have to be ratioed because they're considered, if you will, brand new assessments year to year. And probably, very likely, the mill rate would have to be raised where we wouldn't know until we would actually do the new numbers, but north of a mill of 24 to north of 25, it would probably be likely in this scenario. And the inequity, that commercial property and that residential property, that inequity kind of grows because we've dropped the ratio without doing anything to the valuations. Maybe a better way to put it is we've done nothing to correct that inequity between property classes. So that leads us to option 2. Why would we choose option 2? Well, there are some benefits. One, we don't have to do anything to our exemptions, and the reimbursements are at their same value. We don't have to make ratio adjustments to any personal property, including Betty. It would improve that equity. It brings that single-family residential property closer to the commercial properties from a ratio perspective. We don't have to adjust declared or new assessments. And we have more time to monitor changing market conditions. And let me expand on that. We're not quite sure what's going to happen next year. I mean, there are predictions. Some are dire, some are, nothing's going to happen. Some say it's going to moderate or flatten out. But at the end of the day, we don't know. We really don't know. We thought COVID was going to do just the opposite of what it did when it first hit the horizon. So these sales in the market, they could decline, and this gives us, making an adjustment now helps us to give us more time to prepare for what's coming next. Because we're going to avoid that ratio cliff, because the ratios are based on 2 years prior, 2 to 3 years prior. The ratios are actually more steep, will be more steep next year, according to the state sales ratio study. So we avoid a cliff that we're going to drop off. And potentially, we've been talking about a revaluation in 3 years. Perhaps we could forestall that maybe as far along as 5 years, and depending on what the market does, reevaluate that altogether. Then of course, the most important question on people's minds, the practical question for taxpayers is, well, okay, that sounds great, but what happens to my taxes? So I have some scenarios here, and properties are, the base adjustment was 20%, but that affects properties differently based on their size, their composition, their neighborhood, the mixed uses of those properties. Those are all going to have moderating effects on the ratio, whether or not we had made prior adjustments to that property or class of properties in the past. So, just looking at, the scenarios, a small CAPE assessed after our adjustments at almost $120,000 would see a tax of $2,727. That's an increase compared to the prior year of $300. And we understand that's not a small amount of money. If you go over to the other extreme, on the waterfront, 2 years ago we made adjustment to the Taylor Pond properties. It was about 10% in that time. So there was a net adjustment to those single-family properties that are also waterfront. So that's going to see less of an increase because we made a prior adjustment. So that's why those percentages look a little bit different. And I should also note that these reported tax amounts are before the property tax exemptions. So some property owners would have more relief available to them. And on that note, we'll talk about relief programs that are available. Karen?
Okay, so we do have exemptions, you're all aware of those. There are some new property tax relief programs that the legislature passed this year. Let's start with what we already have. These are your basic exemptions, the homestead veterans, the widows, blind, parsonage, and paraplegic veterans. These have been in existence for quite some time. They do have certain criteria to be eligible for them. However, as you can see, the tax benefit, even at a lower mill rate, is pretty substantial on some of them, and it really does help with tax relief on these properties. In addition to those, the two new ones, let's go first. We have special land use classifications. We've done a lot of talks this year about the special land use classifications. We've had a lot of interest in them: tree growth, farmland, open space. We have a moderate amount of properties in these classifications right now. I don't know if that will change because, as Joe said and I mentioned, we did increase the price per acre on the vacant ag land, non-commercial vacant ag land, and it may get people more interested in protecting their land if they are farming, or if they do have timber on their land that they would like to protect. This would be a good program for them. Now, the property tax deferral and the property tax stabilization, those are two new programs, and I'll bet that you have all had phone calls, maybe, from taxpayers asking, what are these about? Where do I get an application? So I'm just gonna go over them a little bit. I put out the actual legislation. I have the pamphlets for both of them sitting on the back table, if anybody is interested in grabbing one on the way out or reading up on it. Both of these programs are geared toward 65 and older, but they're very different. Let's start with the tax deferral program. The tax deferral program, 65 and older, based on your income. That's a big thing. It is based on the income. It's also a deferral. That means that if you sell your home or if you pass away, those taxes have to be paid back because the Maine revenue is going to pay your taxes while you own that property. They will pick up that tax amount and pay it to the municipality. But again, that's something that will need to be paid back upon sale or death, which that's something people really, really need to talk about. If you were wanting to leave your property to any heirs, you've got to cover that tax bill plus interest. They do charge interest on the payments over the time that the Maine revenue is paying your taxes. You do apply once. This is a difference as well. You apply once for the tax deferral program, and it stays on your property. Now, the other program, the stabilization program, it's a different deadline. You don't have till April 1st. You have until December 1st. You must apply to the assessor. You must apply every year. If you forget a year, your taxes go back to what they would be for that particular year. And the following year, if you decide to apply again, or you remember to apply again, then it picks up on that April 1st tax amount. It is not based on income. It is available to anyone 65 and older, one household member that is an owner of the property. If 2 people live there, 3 people, it doesn't matter, but one of them has to meet the 65, and it has to be on the deed, obviously, but has to meet that 65-year-old criteria. I think that I've hit the high points of the differences between I think I have. Oh, let me mention as well, with the tax deferral program, you have to have a homestead on your property. You have to had been receiving the homestead exemption on your property. With the stabilization, you don't have to receive the homestead exemption. However, you have had to live in your home in Maine for 10 years as your primary residence. And as the bill is written right now, that is transferable from municipality to municipality, which means you freeze your taxes in Auburn, you move somewhere else in Maine, you remember to reapply by December 1st in that new municipality. As it's written right now, your frozen taxes from Auburn go with you. Now, for me, that's kind of a flaw in the law. I think maybe the legislators might be taking another peek at that to think that might be kind of a loophole in there. That's my opinion. That I don't know that for a fact. But anyway, that's the way the two are written. They are very different, but they are available to seniors. And with that, I think we are going to offer more information. We want to make sure everybody understands what we did. Why did we do it? It's a very difficult time for everyone. We realize that. Everything is going up. You're paying more for gas and groceries and everything to do with your home already. It was not a decision that we took lightly. Again, we believe that we made the decision that was best for both the municipality and the taxpayers. It's a hard pill to swallow when you get that tax bill. So we will be having a virtual town meeting August 8th via Zoom. That'll be, I think it's already on the website, correct? Yeah. We're going to have another public meeting in person. So we encourage people, please ask questions. That's why we're here. We want you to have all the information you possibly can to understand what's going on. And please, come to both meetings, one meeting. We will do all we can to provide you the information. Oh, the story map.
Yeah, I went to, so, we appreciate that this is difficult. Karen and I are both Auburn taxpayers as well. So we know that this hits a lot of people hard. We want to be able to have resources for you so that you can understand where we're coming from and why we're doing this. What we did tonight was an overview presentation. We're looking forward to those meetings so that we can face the taxpayers and answer questions that they may have. We've been posting sales on our website for years, but we now have a story map thanks to Rosemary and Liz. If I can click the link. If you're curious about what's going on in your neighborhood, there's a list of 2,021 sales here. And this is brand new to me, so if you click on the map, there's information about it, and you know where your neighborhood is, you can zoom in there and look at what's going on in your neighborhood. It talks about the sale prices, and it's a useful resource for if you're questioning what's going on in the market. This is a pretty good tool. I want to get back to PowerPoint. So we also are available for calls. When we sent out the postcard, we asked people to wait until get their tax bills because what the impact on you may not be quite what you expect, or maybe quite a lot more than you expect, or less, hopefully. But the tax bills that we committed taxes today, tax bills should be going out fairly soon. So, but in the meantime, we have online resources, and you can call us with questions about valuation methods. And our number is here and available on the website. And this presentation is also on the City of Auburn webpage as well. And that's what we have.
Thanks. Mayor and Council, just a couple added points. One, we are working to get the tax bill out earlier than received in the past because we know there's going to be a great deal of conversation. We want to make sure people have plenty of time to see that tax bill and be able to reach out. When it comes to the presentations, the mayor had recommended the virtual meeting as another option for residents to be able to access. So we'll be pushing out more information regarding that. Part of that process is also to be able to ask questions virtually. Someone will be there to take those questions virtually, ask the assessing team, and be able to answer those questions. So that's the goal that we have with that. I want to thank Karen and Joe and their team. I think they've done a really good job of ensuring that information is getting out, made available to the public. We know that this will be challenging for a lot of our residents. At each of the meetings, either the virtual one will make sure materials are available through a link, or if you come to the public meeting, there'll be a table and there'll be individuals there to assist you on any one of those programs that Karen just mentioned. So there'll be somebody there to help walk you through that process. We're hoping to get the application on the new state program that Karen mentioned. However, the state has not completed that process, so the application is yet to be made available. If it is, we will have it there and we'll make it available to you. So those are the steps that we're taking as a staff. As Karen said, we have spent hours going through, discussing this, reviewing this to determine the best situation for our community. We do feel being able to move off a reval for at least 5 years is our best move. Allow this market to adjust and do what it's going to do. We know the market's going to change, it's going to fluctuate. Give us that time to be able to do that. This does that for us without forcing us to make any drastic changes under a reval. So as many of you know, a reval is very costly for a community. It's labor intensive. We contract out for that. It would be best for us to be able to avoid that in the next couple of years and let this happen. So that's the plan. That's why this decision was made. And so we'll be ready to answer questions as we know the public will have them.
I'll open this up to questions for the council, but could you just go back a little bit to the increase in value from the reassessment that you gained? I have 199 million in my notes, but I believe that's also included new construction and so forth.
Yeah, so it did include new construction. 168 was the conventional single-family. Mobile homes and condos made up the balance to bring us to 178 million. And I closed that PowerPoint in.
So, but that was roughly the
Yeah.
total amount of new assessed value.
It was 190. It was just under
200 million.
just under 200 million. So.
Yeah.
178 was single-family adjustments. We did make some adjustments to ag that resulted in 3.3 million, and 17.3 was net. Now, you know, in reality, we may have had more than that, but because we also make adjustments down, it ends up being a net. You know, we have demos, we have fires, we have reassessments.
Joe, a good example for someone who is that, you know, prior to April 1st, the new owners of Olive Garden took down the Ruby
Right.
Tuesday building.
Yep.
That means that building was not part of the assessed value.
Right.
So that would be something that you would then remove.
Sure.
Just so the public can know too, the presentation that Joe just did is available now on the city's website. So if people want to go back and take a look at these slides, it'll be there.
So just, we'll use the 180 million, 199 million. An increase in value of existing homes, single-family condos and so forth. Just to try to paraphrase this and put this in a different way, based upon your analysis and current sales prices, but still putting in a 7% buffer from what true full valuation could be based upon the market to adjust for any fluctuations, it's safe to assume that, you know, the homeowners, myself included, have gained about 180 million in unrealized value in their homes.
Yeah, I think.
In aggregate?
I mean, I'd want to check that number, but that's an accurate statement, yes.
Yep.
I mean, they, you know, and that appreciation in the market is pretty evident in just the sales. I mean, you know, that's the manifest truth here is that, you know, we can't ignore the elephant in the room is that sales are way outpacing our assessed value.
And I'm assuming that the majority of municipalities in the state of Maine are actually forced with this as well, or forced with these decisions?
You know, there's a lot of municipalities that have already made adjustments for one reason or another, whether it was revals. But yes, we know that Bangor had to make some significant market adjustments recently. Other municipalities are either lowering their ratios or making market adjustments as corrections. I didn't bring the list with me, but in Androscoggin County, you know, there's movement all around the place, either because of revals or adjustments. And the city of Auburn traditionally is one of the earlier communities in the state of Maine to commit, meaning we don't have the benefit of seeing what everyone else did. And a lot of people, right up until the wire, they may not know exactly what they're going to do. So, but we're watching that very closely because we're curious too what our sister communities are going to be doing.
Council, any questions? Councilor Staples.
So yeah, we all know that a full reval cost quite a bit. Maybe you said it in the presentation and I missed it. What was this process that you guys did this year? What was the cost for it? Was there a cost?
Well, just our salaries.
Postcards.
Sales ratio studies are just something we do as part of our normal functions. In evaluating the difference between, the sales and the assessed, and that interaction between the state of Maine and getting their information, and testing the sales against, qualified versus non-arm's length sales. So that's really, we're immersed in that, whether have to make market changes or not. That's just part of what we do.
Thank you. And I do appreciate that this presentation will be on the website. I think it'll be a valuable resource for the community.
Thank you.
I think we're left with, obviously, the realization that by no vote of this council or action of this council, reevaluation is happening based upon market forces, of course, and state law and precedent. We need to really look and dig deep into pushing forward tax relief programs like you outlined, okay? Very, very good. Look at the root causes of increase in valuation at such a dramatic pace. How do we increase or lessen the blow in the future? And what does this really mean? If I'm looking at this, it's like if we wanted to get taxes and keep the mill rate at the new adjusted lower level, we need to build another $190 million in valuation. At that current mill rate, everybody's taxes would go back to what they were yesterday.
Sure.
And that's a pretty significant jump. But if we're going to have goals and adding that on to, how we make a difference, okay, great. It's too late to adjust our budget. Budget's set. Levies are done. So we cannot deduct anything from the budget in order to offset at this point. Yeah, I definitely think that and the appeals process, could you mention something about that if someone does have an issue?
Yep. So
how can a regular person go about appealing their new rate?
So in Maine, you have 185 days after we commit, and that commitment date is today, actually. So it ends up being in early January, and we'll have all that information posted on the website as well as we always do. The first step is to request an abatement. And, if we concur, we'll grant it. If we don't, we will deny it, and then there's a process to appeal.
I'm going to disagree with that.
Oh, sorry.
The first step is to call us up and come in and have a conversation. Because sometimes people will file an abatement and really not understand what they're filing for. And so, for whatever reason, it would be impossible to grant the abatement, and so a conversation is always good to begin with. And then if we realize that perhaps a mistake was made, we can go ahead and file an in-house abatement and correct that mistake ourselves without the taxpayer having to go through that process. And then after, if we cannot come to an agreement, or if we realize that, yes, you need to file a formal abatement, then that would be your next step to do that.
And we actually, it's typical for us to grant abatement based on things that we find. One of the most common is a taxpayer calls and says, look, I should have had the homestead exemption, and lo and behold, they should have. We'll grant an abatement site on the spot. And things like that. The taxpayers are often correct about their properties, and we listen.
Any other questions? Okay, I'm sure there's going to be more of this. Thank you very much.
Thank
for coming
you.
tonight. Okay, I'm going to bring back to the rest of council communication tonight. I'd like to start off tonight, and I'd like to talk, first of all, start off and talk about city councilor and a very good friend and a school committee member, Elfrida Fournier, who passed away just recently. She's been Elfrida's a rock. If any of you knew her, and a lot of us here on the council did, she represented Ward 4. She was all from 2017 to 2019. She was also my representative to the school committee, and she was a mentor and a friend, and those hour-long conversations at 10 o'clock at night, for some reason, never put me to sleep, but got me all fired up. Elfrida did a lot of great things. That council was a really special council, and one of the great things she did was support the initiative of building Anniversary Park and naming it Anniversary Park, and she was all there. She brought a commemorative brick that bears her late husband's name, who was a teacher in Auburn for decades, and a great member of the Davis Avenue family, living right across from my mom for many years. I'd like to just let everybody here know in the public that we've thought about a very fitting way to honor Elfrida's commitment, not just in the city council, but to her entire city that she loves so much and her family. So we've decided to get a bench, place it at Anniversary Park, as close as possible to the brick that bears her husband's name, and get a plaque that tells us a little bit about Elfrida, and kind of impossible to do, but at least tries to give a synopsis of what her commitment to our city was. And I know I'll miss her. Arrangements are being handled through Fortin and St. Philip's Church Wednesday and Thursday of this week. So please, if you knew Elfrida, and if this is the first time you've heard of it, it's shocking. My condolences to you. So let's come together as a community, which I think she'd like, and honor her in a way that I think she'd greatly appreciate. That's all the communication I have. I'll open it up to the council and the city manager. Councilor Staples.
Sure. So I spent Sunday morning at the great Triple Crown race, Emily's Run. Sat on a corner and directed traffic for an hour, and it was awesome. I've run that race many times myself, and it's just an honor to be a part of it. I saw a couple people in the audience today at the race, and it's always good to see friends. I would just say, I don't have any say in this, but I would recommend strongly that when that new high school is built, that we give strong consideration to naming the track after the Fletcher family.
I'll pass it along to the committee. Councilor Walker?
Nothing.
Councilor Moran?
Nothing. Nothing.
Whitey? Councilor White? Very good. Mr. Manager?
Couple community notifications. One, just to report out on July 4th celebration. Great turnout, great community gathering for our 4th of July and those that came out. I want to thank the Liberty Festival Committee for the work that they did to make this a good opportunity for our families. Summer events, we have many of them. I encourage the community to take a look at our website, take a look at the summer events that are coming up, including our acoustic series in the park. National Night Out will be on August 2nd, which is a Tuesday night. It'll be at 5:30 at Festival Plaza. That will be from 5:30 to dusk, rather. LA Harley Band, John Story has agreed to be part of that again and being able to bring the LA Harley Band for that event. So the PD will be on hand. We're really looking forward to that event as we do each year. The other piece is that regarding a hot breakfast and lunch program is extended to 18 and under. Anyone in our community 18 and under, actually don't even need to be in our community, anyone 18 and under can go to the PAL Center, Boys and Girls Club, 6 of our elementary schools, receive hot lunch, receive hot breakfast, Monday through Friday of the week. On Fridays, there's also, I believe, some weekend bag to take home, so encourage families to be able to access that. And then lastly, nominations are available for Spirit of America Award. Every year, we take nominations for those who go above and beyond in our community, and really encourage folks to fill out those nominations. It's on our website, and we have received 1 nomination so far, but it would be great to have some other individuals who we know are doing great things in our community to be nominated. That's it, Mayor. Thanks.
Very good. I'd like to open this up to the first open session of the night. Members of the public are invited to speak to the council about any item that is directly related to city business and is not on tonight's agenda. Please step up to the podium, give us your name and address, and if you could, limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Good evening, Scott Berry, 179 Davis Avenue. I'm here tonight, hello distinguished mayor and council members. I'm here tonight to submit to the mayor and council members, plus the citizens of Auburn, written material from the United States White House that states in exclusionary zoning, its effects on racial discrimination in the housing market. I'm going to take an excerpt from it. Some policies and practices exist today that are seemingly non-discriminatory on their face, but still negatively affect many families of color, especially black families. Many of these policies and practices have long-term impacts, from education to employment to business ownership to housing, that must be addressed. I am a realtor and I have had 2 instances here in Maine where it did happen to me on racism. And there was another realtor that I talked to happened to her. It's hidden. And I want to thank you all for pushing ahead with this new zoning put forth by the United States government and the state of Maine to make affordable housing available to everyone and alleviate racism in the process, and that everybody shall have an American dream. Thank you very much.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak during this first open session?
Say 3 minutes?
Sir?
Because I prepared 5 minutes remarks. My name is Fred Broder. I live at 83 6th Street. First, I would like to say that I appreciate all you do for the time and commitment you have made to serve the people of Auburn. I know that you spend many hours studying and taking action on lots of information. Today's 268-page PDF shows that. However, it's hard as a member of the public to even follow it. I'm a semi-retired clinical social worker in private practice, doing individual family and marriage counseling. I majored in casework with a minor in group work. For my master's degree, I have previously been employed by the Androscoggin Southern Water Conservation District, the City of Auburn, as a substitute teacher, engineering aide, and worked in the rec department. I eventually worked as a full-time teacher, being licensed to teach math and science and social studies in high school and teach elementary school. I've served on a community block grant advisory board, and I have frequently used CDBG funds to improve my property. I know that there are some benefits for me in the new zoning proposals, but I am wary of changes that I don't know about. I have also had the honor of representing part of Auburn in the Maine House of Representatives for 8 years. I want to address what I see as a major problem in the zoning proposal, give one solution that I know can work, and one idea for a possible solution. The major problem I see in the City Council, that the City Council and a large part of the Auburn community have a major disagreement in the direction of the city, with a disagreement potentially taking the City of Auburn to a period of a long-term adversity and hopefully not of disaster. There's a petition signed by over 2,400 Auburn citizens and a proposal being talked about that makes slight changes to the ordinances that was suspended by the petition. Please, please, please work out a compromise. When you make a plan with 100 people participating, that's good. But when 2,400 people say to stop this process, it's time to listen, and listen very carefully to all the specifics. The way to know whether you have listened well would mean that you would understand that one's opponents are saying, and to be able to identify all the specifics to their satisfaction. I would use your staff to help facilitate those who oppose the ordinance, to facilitate everybody's understanding of both sides. If the council doesn't then run to the petition and passes the amended proposal, it would be an insult to not only those who signed the petition, but to all Auburn residents who want to see their government work well. If I were leading the opposition, I'm not doing that. I would immediately start another petition to stop the second ordinance, and I would give up on working with this council and begin a recall on all those who voted for the end run. I believe every recall would be successful by large margins, leaving us with a lame duck council until new elections. Then Auburn would have difficulty finding people willing to serve their community because they would have to enter a contentious, polarized atmosphere. And even if successful finding citizens willing to step up, you would have a major problem having a new council.
Sir?
Yes.
Your time is up, please.
Okay.
Could you give us your last name and address, I'm sorry?
Yeah,
I could not understand.
Fred Broder. Broder.
Broder?
Yes.
And your address, sir, was on?
83 6th Street. I
6th
have,
Street. Thank you.
have copies of my remarks, so, for the council and.
You hand them to the clerk, sir?
Yes. Including this.
Oh, been at 4.2. Is there anybody else who would like to speak? I'll now close this first open session. We're going to move on to unfinished business. Ordinance 17-06272022, readopting the ward maps and descriptions that were adopted on 3/17/2014 using the 2020 census block references. This is a second reading. Do I have a motion?
Motion to accept.
Second.
Motion, Councilor Walker, second from Councilor Whiting. I'll now open this up to the public to speak. If there's anyone from the public who would like to speak, please step up and state your name and address, and limit your comments to 3 minutes. What we're recommending, just so everybody knows as we go into this, is no changes to the ward maps based upon census data. We are within parameters and tolerances, just barely in Ward 1, but we're okay for the next decade plus. Is there anybody from the public that would like to speak? None being, I'll bring it back to the council. Council, any descriptions on this? Or description? Debate, discussion? No? Ask for a roll call vote at this time, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Whiting,
Yes.
Counselor Hawes,
Yes.
Counselor Milks,
Yes.
Counselor Moran,
Yes.
Counselor Walker,
Yes.
Counselor Staples,
Yes.
Counselor Gary,
Yes.
Passes by a vote of 7-0. Next, we have Order 83-06062022, allocating $300,000 of American Recovery Protection Act funding to create a 2-year pilot program called Project Support You, Auburn. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion, Councilor Gary, second from Councilor Walker. I will state this, though, at the June 6, 2022 meeting, this item was postponed until tonight's meeting. Staff, due to vacations, is asking for the postponement until the August 1st meeting, so they have the appropriate people here to answer our questions. At this point, I'm going to ask for a motion to postpone to August 1st, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
Motion, Councilor Staples, second by Councilor Walker. It's a privileged motion, so all those in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? None being? Passes 7-0. Next is ordinance 16-06062022, approving the zoning amendment for 278 Poland Road. It's a public hearing, was held actually on June 6th, at which time we postponed it till tonight's meeting to give the developer and staff time to address citizens' concerns about this project. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Councilor Hawes, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor Walker. Before I open this up to the public for comment, I'm going to like to invite staff and the developers up here to give an update. I believe there is a change in the plan, or maybe a modification they would like to explain prior.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Eric Cousins with the Planning and Permitting Department, and to my right is Steve Prey from Hammond Lumber, and to his right is James Seymour with Sebago Technics representing Hammond Lumber.
Eric, before you begin, I just asked Jim to go ahead and switch the computer over to Eric so we can bring up the information.
So I don't see the council packet here.
Is it right there?
So I have the updated site plan, but I don't see the actual council packet. I think you may have been,
Just flip over through the website.
flip over to the city's website.
Eric, I believe it starts on page 92.
What's that?
Starts on page 92.
92, yep. So I'll start when this PDF opens. We'll show you the plan that the council had before them that was provided to the planning board as well prior to the June 6th meeting. Fairly concept level plan, showed the general parking areas that Hammond would like to see in front of the building, really in an effort to separate their delivery and truck traffic from their customer traffic, their passenger vehicles. Over time, there's a lot of conflict in their yard currently between those operations, deliveries, pickups, larger vehicles, contractors, and walk-in customers. We had more detail in that plan from a site plan perspective than we usually see. And typically at this stage, when we're looking at a zone change, we really typically see less detail on how they intend to use the site and more of just a boundary or aerial view of the property. Planning Board and Council received feedback through their public hearing process at the meeting on June 6th, as you mentioned. And there was a request made by the council for Hammond to meet with the neighborhood and look at ways to hopefully calm some of the concerns with the movement of that zoning boundary and the allowance for an expanded parking area in front of the building between the existing building and the Poland Road access point. Zoom out here. Here's the concept plan that was presented to the planning board as well as the city council at the June 6th meeting. The existing Hammond Lumber location building is here. Currently, this parking on the end of the building serves customers, contractors, and there's a lot of loading and unloading activity that has to pass through that same area. Their goal really was to separate that passenger and employee traffic, so employees and customers were parking in a different area than where the loading and unloading occurs. They also included at the council meeting a general buffer plan that highlights the ability to provide some buffering against the adjacent parcels here, but there was no proposal along the Poland Road area. I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about what you heard at the neighborhood meeting on June 30th between you two, and then we can shift over to the new plan that responds to some of those concerns.
Want to go with me? Go ahead. Thank you, Council. My name is Jim Seymour, Civil Engineer and Project Manager, working with Hammond Lumber. We did host a meeting on June 30th with the neighbors. We laid out our proposed parking lot, essentially showing them the limits of where the pavement would be and outlined areas of where we would have a treatment pond on the easterly side of the property, which is close to the Arbania backyards. At that meeting, we obviously heard many comments from the abutters with concerns of the removal of the former residence that was there on this lot, along with a row of trees that were also on the lot. I don't believe Hammond had any ill intentions when they did that and are remorseful that they did it. With that being said, one of the things we discussed was manners and ways that we could reestablish some kind of buffer out there, especially on the northeast corner near Poland Road and those first residents of Arbania. If you look at our plan, a lot of those green circles would be pines or evergreens, which would provide a seasonal buffer, a full year buffer, excuse me. And then the plants that are more in the reddish color would be more of like a maple type tree that would add more seasonal density to that buffer. Additionally, we wanted to give this a little bit more of a streetscape view, so we've provided more larger trees along Poland Road to give it kind of an esplanade type feel as you're driving down through there. Obviously, the plan of this by Hammond is to increase the amount of parking availability, and as Eric pointed out, separation of the public from deliveries. This would allow customers as well as employees to park in the parking lot, allow the back to be more open up for circulation and deliveries. The neighbors also had many concerns about the current operations that are ongoing out there, concerns such as traffic, trailer parking, noise, lights. I'll let Mr. Prey speak more on what Hammond is committed to do at the current facility, but I think any of those comments would also uphold if and when we get a zone change and we have to come back to the planning board.
Good evening. Some of the concerns that we heard, certainly if I address the noise level, we have a area currently, which is right to the left here, where we put a gate across the road. We've had ongoing tractor-trailer trucks that may come in on the weekend. We've currently closed on Saturdays. We're 2 locations. We chose to close on Saturdays. So there's a gate up here all weekend. We have requested signage. We have not received it yet. No overnight parking, no overnight trailer parking. On the sign itself will be directions to get them to the Irving truck stop down at the Auburn exit. In the proposed new parking area, there was concerns of Walmart parking or people coming in and camping out basically for the weekend in our parking lot. So we'll have another gate that will be closer to the end of the road that will prohibit people able to enter in when the facility is closed. That'll also have the same signage reading to park for the weekends or so, or overnight down at the Irving station. Lighting on the building currently was a concern. I did see some pictures that were supplied to me at nighttime. We switched over to Efficiency Maine. We did a facility update on LED lighting. After seeing the pictures that we've had, we've determined that we'll be changing the lighting. I do not have a lighting concept at this time, but something that's more directional, luminous down. They currently on the side of our warehouse, which we keep kind of for visibility from the road, so anybody that's coming in or in the weekend when we're not there can be seen if anybody's around the facility. Those luminous out will do better directional lighting on that. Again, safety reasons right now, we have one entry with multiple use from tractor trailer trucks, UPS, FedEx, other vehicles. Our delivery trucks also travel this route in front of the store and exiting and entering here, the same as our employees and customers come in at the same. The spirit of intent of this is to direction tractor trailer trucks, delivery trucks and such there, customer access, retail and contractors will use this entrance here.
If I could, additional to the buffers we've also shown on here, though, the location is not exact. Stockade fence also along the top of the berm to the pond area, again, to alleviate any lighting that may come from vehicles, especially in the wintertime during dark hours. And secondly, that area just kind of to the southeast of the pond, that area is well vegetated, and our goal would be to maintain that existing vegetation in that area to allow even a larger buffer.
Just from a staff perspective, we did attend the neighborhood meeting. I think Hammond's really shown a commitment here. I didn't have a personal relationship with Hammond as a staff person really until this discussion. I can tell you that the discussions over the last 6 months or so going through this process, I think that they have demonstrated that they do want to be a good neighbor. They've shown it here, I think, with this buffering plan. One of the challenges from a permitting perspective is this former house lot up front where most of the buffering and most of the parking occurs was not part of their site at their last site plan approval. It is a separate parcel. It is in a different zoning district that doesn't really provide much opportunity for them to use it, but if they can't use it, then they're under no obligation to keep it and to improve it. So I think there is some benefit here to, if there can be some use of it with a zone change, we would achieve some pretty substantial buffering that you see on this plan, as well as whatever else the planning board requires as part of a site plan review that would be a public process.
So basically what we're doing now is looking at approving a zone that's non-conditional, though this proposal for a site plan review would go in front of planning board for approval, and obviously all the trees, buffers, stockade fencing, et cetera, will be underneath that scrutiny, and if it is approved, it will be approved with those conditions.
Yeah, as well as potentially others to meet the, a fairly stringent site plan standard.
But at this point, we're just looking at this as a potential what-if, in order to move it forward to planning board for site approval.
And
But
your decision really is about whether or not it's appropriate to have the zoning change. We have much more site plan information than we normally do.
I'm going to ask you gentlemen just to hold for a second. I'm going to open this up for the public discussion portion. If there's anybody in the public that would like to speak, please step up to the podium. Name, address, and if you could limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Timothy Allen, 194 Pride Road. And first of all, I'd like to thank the council members for reading the email that I sent them all, and I don't want to waste your time by reiterating that, and I want to thank Councilor Staples for actually getting back to me and asking some pertinent questions. This is the first time I've seen this new update, and one of the things that I noticed after looking at the council notes and then seeing this update is they have addressed a number of the issues that we had concerns about. However, the angle of the driveway now places all traffic leaving the parking area. Headlights will now be directed at my living room, my family room, and my kitchen. So all traffic exiting that building I'll see them, especially in the wintertime. Additionally, those large trees, the 5 large trees, will be wonderful when I'm in my 90s, because you can't grow a tree and have it covering the area. You can't plant a large tree. So the other thing that I wanted to bring up was speaking with many of my neighbors. They wanted to comment. However, this is such an emotional issue for them that most of them have felt uncomfortable. And I believe that my conversations with them have helped to answer some of their questions. However, it is the actions of this council that'll truly assuage their worries and help them to not have to feel that they haven't been heard by council. So I thank you for your time and hope people make the right decision.
Is there anybody else from the public who would like to speak on this?
Thank you all for your service to Auburn. My name is Carol Lane. I live at 30 Arbania Street. This information is all completely new to me. I was not able to be at that public meeting that Hammond had, so I don't have any information about what they planned. I did send out an email, which I'm going to reiterate some of. I don't know if all of you read it. I want to remind you that Hammond Lumber had already increased their visibility in this neighborhood without prior permission in 2019 by destroying a very effective wooded buffer zone along Arbania Street and on Poland Road. I mean, the trees were much more deeper than what's even shown to be replaced. At the June 6th council meeting, the mayor recommended wisely to Hammond Lumber that they make some remediation to the abutters for that destruction of buffer on Arbania Street and on Poland Road. They had already had 3 years to do that, but the mayor gave them some extra time until today. Since the June 6th meeting where the agenda item was tabled, Hammond hasn't made an acknowledgement that I know of that they even destroyed the buffer zone around the property, exposing me on Arbania Street and my neighbors to industrial views and sounds, including that of the rail yard. They haven't made an attempt to fix this destroyed buffer zone. To my knowledge, they've never directly reached out to the neighbors to seek a resolution or discuss possible buffer replanting. This is kind of last minute. They've had 3 years. They are focused only on one thing: changing the zoning of this residential lot on Poland Road. Since June 6th, Hammond sent out the one communication regarding that meeting, which, as I said, I wasn't able to attend. I can't comment on it. However, to quote Sebago Technique's letter about the meeting, quote, "A zone change would allow Hammond Lumber to utilize additional road frontage and visibility on Poland Road to create a refreshed entrance to their existing building that better blends closer to a commercial use rather than industrial on Poland Road. Not a single mention of blending with residential use. This tells us a lot about how they're approaching this. In their own letter about that meeting, they are trying to describe the lot change as commercial, but requesting a zoning change to industrial. This is disingenuous at best. At worst, they are seriously infringing on a suburban neighborhood by creating almost 2 acres of industrial lot, abutting suburban family residences in the desirable Fairview neighborhood. This buffer issue is not a side issue, but the very crux of the fact that Hammond is not dealing in good faith with their surrounding community. If Auburn is indeed trying to increase housing opportunities and create nice livable neighborhoods, why change this prime residential lot to industrial to accomplish the direct opposite? This zoning change is misguided. Once this lot is industrial, all future industrial uses are possible, right in the midst of family homes and kids waiting for the school bus. Some of these homes have existed in harmony with Hammond lumber for over 100 years, but apparently no more.
Ma'am, just, if you could, just have a few seconds left.
Sure, okay. They've already negatively impacted my neighborhood, quite enough. And I don't think they should be given the green light to make this industrial.
Thank you,
and
ma'am.
do more damage.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the public who would like to speak on this?
Hello, my name's Ryan Smith. It's nice to see some of you in person instead of your Facebook profile pictures. I live at 14 Weaver Street, down by the high school. I actually own a lot about a quarter mile down the road from this. I did not come here to speak about this. I actually just kind of had an idea. So I'm actually a code enforcement officer in a nearby town. Something I see, and it was actually briefly mentioned by the last person, was opening up a different zoning for potential future uses. So I understand these plans cost a lot of money. So I don't think that, I think the probability of Hammond trying to like get a rezoning and then do something else with the parcel is pretty low. But I think it's a good point to say maybe there's a zoning here that can be implemented that would just allow for parking and no other industrial uses, to kind of put a lock on that, because it makes me very nervous knowing that, you know, you change the zoning, it opens up other uses more than parking. But again, the drainage plans on these are very expensive, and all this architectural work looks very expensive. So I don't think that's plausible for this part of it, but we got to think also down the future too. 20 years from now, 50 years from now, what this could be used for with the rezoning. So I don't know if there's a way we can go through like a special exemption with a different type of zoning. So maybe, I don't know if under the current zoning you could get a special exemption for this, because they'd probably do that instead. But maybe there's another zone they can rezone it to and then get a special exemption that way. But yeah, it does make me nervous to go from, if it is going from suburban residential to industrial, that it can allow for a lot more than parking. Thanks.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak on this topic?
My name is Elizabeth Dunn. I live at 530 Court Street. My question, I guess, is why am I hearing this evening about a community meeting held with a developer and a plan prior to and even 6 months in the works for a big project that's going to make a big change in the Poland Road neighborhood? I live right across the street from a very big change, with a development happening that is maybe even bigger than the one this is. But I was very surprised this evening to hear about public meetings happening in advance with public notice and even city planners attending.
Ma'am, this wasn't a city council or planning board sanctioned event, so it's not that, it's directly on the developer.
I thought I heard that the city council recommended that.
I'm sorry?
I thought that I heard that the city council recommended that meetings happen.
We recommended they have discussions with people. I want to make sure it's very clear. This is not a community conversation sponsored by the city of Auburn or something.
Just question noted, please.
I just want to make sure that we're all clear. I didn't even know about it. And again, I don't live in that neighborhood. Is there anybody else in the public who would like to speak? Now being, I'll close the open session, bring it back to the council for some discussion, just as, first reading. This is the first reading. There's 2 readings on this. If I could just, I want to ask some clarifying questions, the what-if scenarios, primarily to Mr. Cousins. Mr. Cousins, what if zoning doesn't happen? What can they do with this lot in its current configuration? Can they still park cars there?
There could be parking to serve a nearby use. I don't think that the planning board would be comfortable with this much parking in a residential zone to serve a commercial use.
But they could just park there without going to planning board, though. It's an open field at this point, with no trees, nothing. It's just open, empty land.
If it was used in conjunction with the commercial use, there would need to be some site plan review for the creation of a parking area. I mean, if somebody parked there occasionally on the grass, yeah, they could do that, but not as an active parking lot. Anything over 6 spaces would have to be paved and subject to site plan review.
Storage, container, temporary, trailers, docks?
Not in the resetential zone.
Not in the residential zone.
Not in the
Would they be required at all to put any of these proposed buffers, trees, setbacks, retention ponds, any type of improvement to that lot if it remained residential?
So there remains a buffer along this portion of the property.
That's existing, right?
That's existing, but they would not be required to retain the land or to do additional buffering along the front or street trees. I think, one option, if the council was trying to ensure that nothing could be expanded beyond what's shown here, is you could leave this portion of the property in a residential zone, outside of the parking lot. If you didn't want to move the boundary quite as much, that's certainly a possibility. If you're comfortable with part of it, but not all of it.
At that point, though, when you do that, I'm just going to play devil's advocate for the council, kind of gathering information. And not saying this is my idea, or I support this, but if we would change the lines on the map and carve out that eastern portion near Arbania Street as residential, it would, at that point, there is nothing holding Hammond Lumber to actually build that new buffer there because it's residential. They could actually just go ahead and, it's part of the site plan review, in other words, but that would only apply to the commercial new zoning section, correct?
The site plan review would ultimately dictate what the buffer
including in the residential zone.
It could be extended into the residential zone. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. But right now, as it stands, there's no obligation on Hammond's part to do anything.
That's correct. Yeah.
Council, is there any questions, clarifying statements? Councilor Morton?
Yeah, a couple questions. I've communicated in the past with Ms. Lane. I drove down Arbania Street to look at the state of the neighborhood, and I think her concerns are 100% legitimate, because what was a nice wooded area, you drive down to the corner of the street, and now you're looking at the side of a train cart. And I'm sure there's noise associated with that. So as much as I wish over the past 3 years that this was resolved to the satisfaction of the neighborhood, we can't do anything about that. So I'm conflicted because now is an opportunity to try to reconcile, and frankly, better late than never if we do approve this zoning to fix this. Couple questions, mostly to Mr. Cousins. Like, the trees look good on a overview here. How big are these trees? Because, and the reason I ask is, while on the planning board, we gave a positive recommendation for some other development, and I drive by it every day, and the trees go up to my waist, and they'll be nice in 20 years. They're not doing anything right now. So what does the buffering, what's the practical application of the buffering? What does it look like? If this moves forward, hypothetical, and they put in the stockade fencing and the layers of trees, your conifers, your deciduous trees, like, what does this look like for that neighborhood?
So pretty typical of the planning board requirement is a 6 to 8 foot evergreen at the time of planting. We could look at any other development and double check whether or not that was done. The deciduous trees are typically 2-inch caliber. DBH, diameter at breast height, is a pretty standard planting requirement. And a stockade fence would be at least 6 feet tall. But they are they are smaller at time of planting than what we would hope they would be when they're mature. And oftentimes the combination of a fence like this gives some immediate 6-foot high buffering to the neighborhood, and then over time, as the trees grow, they can provide that taller, more substantial buffer than the fence can.
But those changes do happen at the planning board level during the site plan approval versus now. So I always want to make sure we're cautious. We don't like what the planning board, talks policy. I want to give them the same respect and not talk site plan review. Councilor Staples?
Sure. So we gave you guys a month to go back and talk to the neighbors. When we first saw this project, I was dismayed. I was under the impression that it looked like Hammond wasn't being a very good neighbor. If I were in your shoes in that month, I would have planted some trees right along the side here. I think that would have been a good faith move to show that you want to be a good neighbor. And in this packet, I still see a few places where it says, if this zone is approved, you might plant some trees. So I have a hard time believing that you're going to act in good faith as a good neighbor.
But Councilor Staples, just a point of clarification. They still, if this new zoning does exist, they still have to get a site plan approval through planning board.
They cut some trees a while back that they could have replanted.
Councilor Cousins or Hammond, if anybody would like to comment, it's not tree planting season right now. That's what I was led to believe due to obviously seasonality. But is there any clarification?
I know oftentimes they'll try to plant these larger trees in either the spring or fall in particular, but I haven't talked to an arborist about this summer.
So again, the site plan review will dictate the size of trees, types of trees, depth of buffer, retention pond, stockade fence, everything else in the site plan review. Traffic, neighbors, questions about headlights coming in at night. What are your hours of operation by any chance?
7 to 5, Monday through Friday.
How about for wholesale or commercial? Is it later?
Same.
So 7 to 5 p.m.?
7 to 5 p.m. we close. We're a retail lumber company. We tend to have, in the summertime or busiest times, random delivery trucks that are out, but we do as a company try to get our employees back by 6 o'clock. There's no set time, but we do try to get them back just so they can have a family balance as well.
So the headlights aren't all night. I mean, this is 7, 5, or 6 o'clock at the latest. So we're not talking about a 9 p operation here in the middle of winter where headlights are constantly going.
Right. If I can just say to the council and the residents, we're not trying to be bad neighbors. If we get this, as we said, we need to go to the planning board. We need more approval. This is a draft phase. We're willing to make changes and look at different options to help be a better neighbor. It's not our intent to industrialize this site into something different than what we're speccing or looking at in the draft form.
Thank you for that.
And may I?
Sir?
I also believe that the planning board, and I know you're not the planning board, and you're not making decisions for the planning board, but I do believe in a lot of communities that when a project is approved, if there are any changes to the plan, regardless of industrial or commercial, the planning board may put a condition on that plan that it has to come back to their board for approval before they do anything. So that may be, I know it's not your mechanism, but it may be a mechanism to further protect the neighbors.
And I'd like to just ask a couple questions if I could real quick. There's a couple people in the audience. I heard it last meeting we had too. Talked about this being a residential spot. It's a 1.75 acre parcel, yes. Correct? Total. So a 1.75 city water, city sewer, that has the ability to be with a newer, or we're talking anywhere from 8 to like close to 24, 28 units of housing. So that could have a 28-unit apartment block on that 1.75 acres. Is there any value in that land being residential? Is there value in the neighborhood seeing a 28-unit apartment complex going into that land? And I'm wondering, and I say that because I'm wondering how valuable that land is to Hammond as an alternate use. You own it. Got to have a willing seller, willing buyer, right? but I'm wondering if that's a good spot for high density or any type of residential use adjacent to your active parking lot. So maybe the council can think, it's kind of an arbitrary question, but, you know, is it really, when something says it's residential, does it actually have residential value? I think that's the ultimate question that we need to be thinking about. We'd probably be here in a meeting right now if someone wanted to put 22 apartment buildings there. Councilor White.
Yeah, I have a question. I mean, I lived in the neighborhood.
I'm sorry, Councilor. In the back, please. Excuse me, sir. If we could stop the sidebar of the conversations, it just, everything carries up front. It's kind of hard to focus. Thank you. Sorry about that, Mr. White.
I was a resident of the neighborhood for 12 years. It is predominantly residential. I mean, even Clover, which is huge, is still residential, even if it's sort of a commercial type residential. But what I was shocked at when I took a look at the city website is that you own 19 acres. And I'm wondering if there's any capacity to use more of that acreage as opposed to sort of encroaching into the residential neighborhood, which seems to be, you know, agitating a lot of people.
The 19 acres on the Washington Avenue side of the building where you don't see, but that is a storage for lumber, plywoods, miscellaneous building products that we can store outside engineered, which the building does kind of make a buffer between that and what you see off of Poland Road. We do our truck loading, delivery loads and things off to the west side of that side entrance, current side entrance in that area. To flip-flop, for lack of a better word, this site, move all building products out front and move the entrance to this backside, I don't believe would be feasible. It's 19 acres, it butts along the railroad tracks. Some of this is old warehouse use that's in the upper left-hand corner with building products out behind that between the west property zone. So, no, I don't believe it would be feasible to redesign that whole lot. I think if something like that was to happen, then we'd have to infringe our building products and such out in the front in view of Poland Road.
And if I could add to that, some of the other restrictions would be the property that kind of back and wraps around Arbania, that hosts their current stormwater pond as well as a fair amount of wetlands back there. So that would have heavy restrictions as far as being able to do anything back there and would be further counterintuitive to, you know, impact the neighbors.
If I may, counsel, I'd like to look at this. I mean, there's a lot of good points. Remember, this is a first reading. We have a second reading, regardless of the vote tonight. But I think it'd be appropriate to entertain a motion to amend this ordinance to reflect the western third of the property remain in residential. Excuse me, the eastern third of the property remain in residential, and the western 2/3 of the property be changed to industrial zoning. Now, when I say that, what that does is it provides a perpetual safety barrier between the existing Urbania residents and any potential future 100-year from now industrial usage in that parking lot. If this does, at that point, set this up for Eric and Sebago Technics and the clients to look at, again, my math is 1/3, but in other words, running up until the parking lot line on the east, exactly, whatever that might be referred out to, but I think the language of just rezoning the western 2/3 might be accurate. It gives you 2 weeks to look at the map, redraft it, come back for our second reading as amended. Because I can see the arguments on both sides. And regardless of how we got here, and I will state this, I think errors and mistakes were made across the board, okay? Hammond, I am a customer of yours, I have been forever. But doing this, in my opinion, kind of exceeded your boundaries as a company and a good neighbor. Take it as you will. I think you did the wrong thing. I appreciate people making mistakes, owning them, and then fixing them. It's a hallmark of a good person and a good organization, and I know Hammond is a good organization. But with that said, we do have to understand, we probably could have avoided a lot of this earlier on if those steps were followed early on, but they haven't been. So trying to find a middle ground to move forward to see what this looks like so that we don't see a residential neighborhood encroaching into a commercial property, I think is also important on the counter proposal, right? So again, just talking this through to find some sort of middle ground to move this forward, and then look at it and make a final decision on the second reading on August 1st might make sense for this body tonight without getting into the weeds of site planning review.
Just clarifying question. By redoing that, it's going to send it back to the planning board anyways for review?
Well, by doing this, we have to change the zone as amended.
Yep.
And then anything they want to do has to go back to the planning board with trees and so forth. And I think at this point, we would send a message out to the planning board too, asking for an above and the beyond of standardized plantings. I don't think there's anything that would stop us or through the planning board, making sure we had more mature trees, heavier concentration of non-leaf bearing, softwood trees, out there, so to increase the physical, visual, and audio buffers that, frankly, we also have to remember don't exist now. And if there's no motivation or incentive to put that there, then it'll never get there. And that's just a harsh reality for business. Councilor Whiting?
Clarifying question for Eric. Presumably, if you do the eastern third or maintain the eastern third of the frontage or the property as residential, then presumably on the commercial portion with all of the zoning requirements and screening requirements, et cetera, that would reduce the number of parking spaces to accommodate the appropriate screening that would have to go onto the commercial property. Is that a reasonable assumption?
We could work through it with the planning board, but I think that the residential portion could be used for the planting of the buffer. So unless they create a new property line, and then we require the buffer from the property line, I think you could still utilize the site in a similar way, but guarantee that it never gets expanded into that residential area.
Mm-hmm. A zone buffer. Planning board has to do the site approval.
Yeah.
Councilor Moran.
Given this a harder look too, one of my concerns is the lot that's looking for rezoning isn't anywhere near location of the previous transgressions. I just need to be clear that if we don't approve anything and the mayor's right, it stays the way it is, which is unacceptable. It's our chance to make it right. I can tell you at the second reading, I'm open to seeing what you can come up with, and if you can resolve the other screen and barriers at the corner of Arbania, and if that's in the site plan, fabulous. That's a big deal for me, because I know exactly what I want this outcome to be, and it's to satisfy Ms. Lane, because she has legitimate concerns, and she's not the only one, so, please.
Yes, I believe, and Eric can maybe follow up with this, but I believe that once this parcel becomes part of the use of Hammond lumber, then the whole entire site package becomes available for the planning board to review. Besides the planning board, this is under a Maine DEP site location permit, so anything that is done, I always say it's like luggage, it goes with the property forever. So anything that they do on the property, the board has the authority to look at the entire property.
Councilor Garrett?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hypothetically, we could also table this so that you could bring back all the comments, all the recommendations, bring it back to your clients and find out if it's palatable and if they're willing to meet us partially the way with these recommendations.
You know, we have to, that is an option for everything, but I think that this process allows that time. Because if there was a second reading tonight, I'd probably tend to think that might be a different way to go. But this is still the first reading. It moves a process forward, allowing for that time to happen, further digestion of everything, and a look and addressing all the councilors' comments. But we also have to remember, the site plan has to be approved by the planning board and not the city council. So, which is important for us to see a visual representation of what they're looking for. And I do think we need to communicate this to the planning board upon any type of final outcome, if it is a positive. So, you know, moving that forward, I think it's an important process. One way or the other, an answer is deserved. Councilor Moore and then Councilor Haas. I'm sorry, not Councilor Moore. The other M, Milks.
Yeah, I would like to reiterate what Councilor Moran said, in that, you know, I'll be honest, I was hesitant to agree to moving this forward tonight, and I agree with Councilor Moran. If coming back for the second reading, it's not satisfactory, I will vote against it, so.
Okay. Very good. Councilor Haas?
I'd like to make a motion on this. I would like to see that section split up, and I would like to see what they could do to create more buffer zone between the residents and commercial side.
Let's bring this back. Okay.
Yep.
So you want to make a motion to split the proposed lot for zone change, not reason, but you want to see it along the parking lot, the eastern boundary of the parking lot?
Correct.
For example? Okay, I have a motion on the floor to exclude all land on the east of the parking lot from a zone change to commercial, or industrial, excuse me. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilor Walker. All those in favor, or, excuse me, we'll debate the motion now. What we just basically did was we have a motion on the floor to exclude everything to the east of the parking lot, straight line running up to Poland Road, and maintain that into residential. A question?
Yeah. Mr. Cousins, are there any restrictions from a planning standpoint, permitting, of the residential area from what their plan is today? With the retaining pond and that sort of thing, are those restrictions?
You can install buffering and stormwater management features within either zoning district. So,
Okay.
yeah, I think that's still feasible. We can double check if it changes any buffering requirements, but some of the buffering can certainly be within the residential portion. And will have to be, I think, in order to provide a buffer close to the residences and adequate to screen.
Great question. Do you have any more questions about this, the amendment, or excuse me, the motion to amend before we vote on the motion to amend? We'll still have to vote on the actual first reading. Any questions on this? Councilor Whiting?
Just a comment, and it's because I was on the planning board for 13 years, and I just can't help myself. The parking lot is too big, and the planning board repeatedly has seen, developers come in and put in more parking than they need, creating more impervious surface, ugly sites. Walmart's the prime example. They only use every parking space maybe half a day a year, December 24th. And so I would hope that if we do approve this, that the planning board ratchets back the parking. I've been a customer of Hammond for years, and I've never had a parking issue, and I understand that there's more business now, and it's, you don't have a lot of competition, so you're it, and it's, you need more space, I get it, but.
Quick question on that. Before we were governed with parking minimums at the municipal level, which we just released a year and a half ago or so, were you gauging, just out of curiosity, were you gauging parking needs? Were you based upon foot traffic, retail volume, or were you still under the impression of the old not applicable parking standard that was based on square footage?
We have 52 employees, so that is part of that plan is employee parking. We'll need to take another look at that. I'm sorry. We'll.
And that's good.
We'll take a look at
this. We originally at Sebago Technics, based on Hammond's request for parking. We have not gauged it. I'm expecting that the parking that we've provided exceeds probably your zoning requirements for minimum.
We don't have any.
Oh, there you go.
There we go. That's why we asked this. We had these fights at planning board where we're like, how come we have so much asphalt? But then we required so much asphalt, it never got changed till recently. So now there's a lot more flexibility.
Well, and if I may, and I'm hoping I'm not speaking out of turn with Hammond, but I do believe that parking you see aimed at the neighbors along that eastern side where you want to create, maybe we can pull that back, pull some of the stormwater features back so that that bubble that's kind of close to Arbania could be squared up and left more in a natural vegetation. So we can do some things with the site features by pulling back a little bit, but obviously I need to confirm with my clients before I can.
Fair
do
enough,
anything
and that's
further.
why we're going to give you a natural pause while still keeping the process moving to be fair and equitable on that. I'm going to ask for a vote now on the motion to amend the eastern property line of the zone changed parcel. All those in favor? 3, 4, 5. A unanimous 7-0, motion will amend. We now have an order on the floor. First reading amended, changing the lot line to roughly the easternmost side of the parking lot. Mr. Cousins' staff will get us a firm boundary on that for second reading. Is there any future discussion on the amended motion at this time?
I'd
before I ask for a
just
roll call?
add in addition that we're gonna ask the planning board to work with Sebago and the client and Hammond about reducing the number of parking spaces.
Yeah, and there's all kinds of creative things that happen with
Just as
businesses,
a
like
consideration, that's
employee
what
parking.
I-
That doesn't have to be out front and convenient. My employees when I was an employer, they parked inconveniently far away from the convenient parking, like in most retail.
So I think the mechanism to get that communication out does not reside in an order, but it resides in a resolution from the city council to the planning board of consideration. So that way the orders are clean in our book of ordinances, but duly noted. At this point, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
Counselor Whiting?
Yes.
Counselor Hawes?
Yes.
Counselor Milks?
Yes.
Counselor Morin?
Yes.
Counselor Walker?
Yes.
Counselor Staples?
No.
Counselor Gary?
Yes.
Okay, the order as amended passes by a vote of 6-1.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see you in 2 weeks. Next is order 93-06272022, directing the city manager to move forward with a bid process for the upgrades and/or replacements of the HVAC system in our city-owned facilities that have been identified as the 4 priority initiatives, either to be funded with ARPA funds or bonds to be determined. This item was taken up on 6/27. We voted on amendments, but we did not vote actually on the order as amended. So this is the exact same vote that the mayor screwed up with on 6/27. I gotta take a little responsibility. Sue made me do it. Do I have a motion on this order?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion from Councilor Walker, second from Councilor Milks. Open this up to the public for comment. Just some background, this is just a clarification of the same order that passed 2 weeks ago. Is there any comment from the public on this? None being, we'll bring it back to the council. Council, any further debate?
Shame on us. We should have caught that.
You guys are never slow on point to order to me. So yes, I'll put the blame on you all. We'll carry it equally. No other comments. I'm going to ask for a vote. All those in favor? Okay, passes unanimously. Again, I apologize. Next is order, new business. Order 101-07182022, adopting the CDBG Home Program Year 2022 Annual Action Plan. This is a public hearing followed by a vote of the council. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Councilor Gary, second by Councilor Staples. Open this up to the public for a hearing. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak? If so, please step up to the podium. State your name and address if you can. This is a huge portion of the packet. It's a very detailed federal program.
I'm Barbara McGivern. I live at 55 Winter Street, and I see my friend Karen Salmon, who can attest to what I'm about to testify to about the condition of my house. You were in there in March and witnessed what I'm doing.
I'm sorry, ma'am, your address? I'm sorry, your last name and address.
McGivern, McGivaren, 55 Winter.
Got it, thank you, ma'am.
Would you give me a warning when I've reached 2 minutes, because I want to get to the punchline. Sorry. In July 2018, I received a letter from Community Development Compliance Officer Allison Pepin, It set forth the program benefits via community development for both single and two-unit residences. Single dwellings qualify for the Homes Loan Program, 2 units for CDBG loans and community concepts weatherization. I contacted her saying I'd been confirmed as a 2-unit by the city offices. She and her superior made their first site visit in February 2019. This is what I was told then. It would be a $75,000 project or thereabouts. I should not continue with plans to weatherize my home for $8,000 with the Evergreen Company of Falmouth, which had designed a plan tailored to my Victorian home's needs. Weatherization, according to the supervisor, would be free from community concepts. When the supervisor learned that I had professional draft plans for my first floor unit, he asked if I would engage my designer to do plans for the remaining work. It would be so helpful to him, and I would be reimbursed. I agreed to call her. The second meeting included the manager, a contractor, and my designer, who had been requested by them to attend. The contractor asked her a lot of questions, and the 2 men walked throughout the house, including the basement. The designer and I deduced that the project contractor had already been chosen for this job. When I met with the community concepts tech, I was surprised to learn that I would need to pay for asbestos removal for basement pipes as a prerequisite for the weatherization. I put this on my list of things to arrange, thinking that...
2.5 minutes.
Pardon me?
2.5 minutes.
You got 2 minutes, ma'am, because I talked earlier. Just keep going, keep going.
Okay, all right. The long and short of this, before the contractor for this project was chosen, and before I was told that I would need to pay for for asbestos removal from my basement, the supervisor had called in a $9,300 estimate for asbestos removal, which was to be placed against my loan, which had not yet been finalized. This project is fraught with distressful things, but I do want to get to the most important thing if I can. We had a contractor who turned out to be a heroin addict. He was allowed to deplete the budget until it was almost totally depleted, and there's a lot of work that Karen can attest to that it was just left unfinished. Now, this is what I want to tell you. I can probably tell you easier without looking for it in my notes. The supervisor came to me and told me that he had discovered that trees at my neighbor's foundation were actually on my property. He had a solution. I could get a $15,000 CDBG grant, and it would take care of some of the situation in my problem too. The only thing wrong with that is that I had changed my designation from two-family to single-family because the estimates came in so high. The supervisor went to the loan committee saying that I was a 2-unit.
We have to wrap this up.
All right, okay. This is 4 years of misery. I just want to ask you, if any one of you, I have no kitchen, I have no electricity at the back of my house, I have no porch steps. I've eaten microwave meals since November 1st, 2019. Would any of you who are going to fund CBDG grants want your 75-year-old mother to have her retirement totally decimated by a situation that's supposed to help people? And Mayor, you are very interested in equity, particularly in housing. And I just want you to review my complaint one more time that Auburn is totally ignored, that was filed with the court.
Ma'am, and again, thank you. I'll have to stop you. There's pending litigation involved, and nobody.
No, there's no litigation.
Ma'am, thank you very much. We just can't respond back to you. Okay?
Equity for all.
Is there anybody else from the public that would like to speak about this topic? None being? Okay, we'll close the open session. We'll bring this back to, or the public hearing, excuse me. We'll bring this back to the council. Council, any comments on this debate? Council? None being? If not, I am going to ask for a vote. All those in favor of this order, please raise your hand. Okay. Opposed? None being, passes 7-0. Next is Order 102-07182022, authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute the purchase of 121 Mill Street, Auburn, Maine, parcel ID 221-041. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion, Councilor Walker, second from Councilor Moran. Open this up to the public for comment. Is there anybody in the public that would like to speak on this motion? No? And I will bring it back to the council. Council, any debate, conversation? None being. I'll ask for a vote. Show of hands. All those in favor? Passes 7-0. Next is Order 103-07182022, approving the liquor license for the Cheesy Skillet. This is a public hearing and vote of the council. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Councilor Milk, second by Councilor Walker. Open this up to the public for hearing. Never actually thought I'd open up a hearing for the words cheesy and liquor in the same order. But we were around long enough, all that happens. Anybody from the public like to speak for or against this? Bring this back to the council. Council, any debate other than the fact that you should not put cheese in alcohol? None being. Ask for a vote. Show of hands. All those in favor? 7-0. Next, authorizing the city manager to execute a purchase sale agreement for the Lake Auburn Community Center. That's Order 104-07182022. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion from Councilor Walker, second from Councilor Milks. Open up to the public for comment. Anybody in the public who would like to comment on this? Just for you that are playing catch up a little bit, this is something that's been in front of us now for several months, negotiated. It is the old West Auburn farmhouse, or barn, I should say, on North Auburn Road. It's currently home for community center, volleyball courts, community access trailhead. A lot of work has been done on this land in order to transfer it from a nonprofit status to the city for use. Anybody from the public like to speak? None? I'll bring it back to the council. Council, questions, comment, debate? None being. Ask for a vote. Show of hands. All those in favor? Okay, passes 7-0. Next is ordinance 18-07182022, extending the moratorium on public safety, detention, and correctional facilities. This is a public hearing and first reading. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Staples, Councilor Whiting. On the second, open this up to the public. Anybody from the public that would like to speak on this? This is in reference to the 6-month moratorium we did approximately 6 months ago, prohibiting any type of governmental facility / corrections, jail, detention, sheriff's office within the city until we can sort out our zoning. Anybody from the public? This would be a 6-month additional moratorium. Okay, bring it back to the council. Councilor Gary, you have a question?
Yes, I'm kind of perplexed. I know it was a 6-month moratorium, but there's still like another couple months, so why are we jumping the gun now to extend it even further?
Mr. Manager?
So the moratorium was adopted on March 7th. The extension would allow for, once that moratorium ends, for this moratorium to move forward. We've looked at the planning board schedule, and this would not get before planning board before this moratorium expires.
So in other words, this is just an automatic extension upon the original expiration date and not from today.
Upon the original expiration date.
So we're basically passing it. It will take effect upon the expiration date of the original 6-month moratorium, which allows for a full 12-month moratorium.
And this was, to clarify, this was to allow planning board to review zoning issues around that type of use in that zone. Yeah,
That's
okay.
correct.
And also, just for clarification, has this body, or Mr. Manager, have you received any communication from the county government, the sheriff, about what the proposed plans are?
No.
It's going to be hard for planning board to do their work if county government doesn't communicate with the city of Auburn about what their intent is. I will say that. Counselor Staples?
Yeah, I'd just like to ask the city manager, so we've had several months, what things what things have we done so far to move towards sending a proposal to the planning board for this type of building?
For this zoning discussion to take place, it's really just the workload of the planning board. I can have Eric speak to, one thing that we provided to you, council, was a 6-month work plan for the planning board. But Eric, you want to share just regarding their workload?
We've been keeping this on sort of the trailing list and trying to build agendas that we can get through. Even so, we've had some agendas that have gone later than the board and the public would like them to, and not gotten through the entire agendas. We just haven't felt comfortable adding this to an agenda and expecting that we could get to it.
Thanks. I'd like to make a motion on section 1, the first sentence, to strike the words "at a site on which one currently does not exist."
I have a motion, I'm sorry, repeat that on section what?
The motion is in the ordinance, section 1, the moratorium declared. There's a sentence which reads, "The city does hereby declare a moratorium on development proposals involving public safety facilities, detention facilities, or correctional facilities at a site on which one currently does not exist." I would like to strike the words "at a site on which one currently does not exist."
I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
A second for Counselor Gary. Debate. Basically, in layman's term, Counselor Staples, could you explain this?
Yeah, I mean, I think the city's looking to do something very similar, and to me, it seems hypocritical to me to say that what's good for the city isn't good for the county.
Well, just to respond, the proposals that are before the Public Services Group Committee all involve existing sites. So there's no real, I mean, and presumably they're getting site plan approval, I think, right?
Sure, so that
They
would-
need to have site plan approval, yeah.
Correct. So the only difference, I think it would be the expansion of a current footprint onto a city-owned property adjacent to a public facility that's currently in use right now. So it's a tweak in semantics, but I think for the spirit or intent of this, it would not be a full or new public safety facility in a completely different neighborhood or area that doesn't already exist. This would be on city-owned land that is adjacent to a current public facility or public facility. So
I would just add, Mayor and Council, is when this was written and being discussed, the county was in discussions with the YMCA relating to expanding their facility to that location as well. This moratorium would not have prevented those discussions and negotiations to continue. And if they chose to do that, then they would have been able to do that under that existing language. I'm not sure where they are with that. Obviously, they made this purchase, but the Y is still a neighbor of theirs. But any other property abutting the county current facility would also be allowed.
Just a clarification to just remind everybody, actually, we had a lot of Central Maine Community College neighbors, not necessarily fearful of a sheriff's department with cruiser presence and so forth. That was universally, from what I heard, universally approved and fine. It was the threat of potential jail, detention facility, overnight detention facility, in a vacuum of public knowledge, of public discussion, unlike what we've done with our public safety buildings, which are numerous, and obviously we just did it tonight. So I think that's the big difference here. I just want to remind us all, because that was about 4 months ago. Councilor Gary, you had a question?
It's not a question, it's more of a statement. Why are we yanking the county's chain like this if we're trying to work with them in the spirit of cooperation? It don't make sense if we're trying to work with them, but we keep throwing moratoriums on telling what they can and can't do.
They haven't worked with us. They haven't told us what they want to do. They haven't shared any plans. That to me doesn't speak to the spirit of cooperation. I mean, I I have asked, I have called repeatedly my counterpart, who is the chair of the county commission, to say, could you set up a meeting with staff, legal, everybody, and just work this out and let us know? But how many times do I have to ask and beg them to come to the table and cooperate? Probably theoretically zero. Might not even be in my job description, but I thought it was important to do. So I'm not sure about the spirit of cooperation. I don't want this council to be painted as in a negative light for consistently reaching out and asking for what their plans are and to talk, and we're not getting that back in return. So yes, we're forced to do, I believe. I think the council should pass a moratorium and strongly request them, if they paid $4.5 million of money towards a property, I would hope that they have a plan. I hope they have a plan, and they should present that. Who would buy a piece of property without a plan? So that's the confusing portion here. Anybody want to add anything to that? I just want to make sure that, we've tried multiple times.
I can add some information about the site. Evergreen Subaru, I was on the planning board when that was approved. It was a much smaller parcel than what is there now. Evergreen Subaru acquired a number of abutting parcels to the point where it appears to be surplus to the needs of the sheriff's department. And I can't speak to that. I'm sure Harriman's has worked with them on that. But to me, a good compromise would involve some commercial development through a sale of conveyance of part of the property, so we get back some of those tax revenues that we lose by having the sheriff's department relocate to a high-value property like that. And I think there's an opportunity for that type of compromise to happen. I could be wrong.
I would hope there is. It's a fair, I think you just solved the problem in about 45 seconds. And putting these, but they have to come to the table and be willing participants in order for any type of even compromise to see the light of day, which is a good one. So is there any other comments on this?
But both sides have to work together. And what I witnessed in the city manager's office, when you guys were discussing this, it was not that you were willingly participating. You guys weren't too cool with that.
Mr. Mayor, we have a motion on the floor. Can we move it?
We can move to vote, yes. I've got a motion on the floor as stated by Councilor Staples to edit the comment to say all, the order to say all government properties on all property. Do I have a second? For Councilor Gary? All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, 5-2, the motion to amend fails. Bring it back to the original motion, unamended, on the moratorium. Any last thoughts, debate? None being, I'm gonna ask for a vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry, roll call? Okay, thank you.
Counselor Whiting.
Yes.
Counselor Hawes.
Yes.
Counselor Milks.
Yes.
Counselor Moran.
Yes.
Counselor Walker.
Yes.
Counselor Staples.
No.
Counselor Gary.
No.
Passes 5-2. Next is ordinance 19-07182022, creating a new form-based code district, traditional neighborhood development district, T-4.2B. It's a public hearing and first reading. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Staples, second for Councilor Walker. I'll open this up to the public. It's a public hearing. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak? If so, please step up to the podium, state your name and address, and limit your comments to 3 minutes. Remind everyone, this is just to adopt and create a zone that will stay off in a proverbial parking lot. That is a tool to be applied in additional areas.
Hello, my name's Ryan Smith. I live at 14 Weaver Street. I just wanted to talk about this T4.2B and talk a little bit about process. So as I understand, this is just my understanding, so feel free to butt in and correct me, but I think the initial changes to T4.2, the amendments were made by City Council in a non-public meeting, or some city councilors or combination thereof. I think that should be at the planning board level in terms of process. And I know they presented amendments to this, but I think the T4.2, this is too similar. And I realize what the newspapers say about this T4.2B, and I really, I think a lot of us don't like it because I think that's sort of undermining the petition effort that was just put through with 2,400 signatures. I don't think that really it's plausible for any councilor or planning board member to listen to 2,400 people. So I'm not asking that from anyone. But what I am saying is I talked to hundreds through that petition effort, and I actually physically got over 100 signatures. I'll say over 80% were very eager to sign the moment I presented it. And this is a random sample of just knocking on doors. This is not people I know. This is just people in the community that I knocked on their door. The other 20% either thought I was trying to sell them a vacuum, or they they wanted to research more. Maybe 3 to 5% just said no. So I think that speaks volumes, but I guess my biggest thing here is, why don't we just work with the urban residential and the traditional neighborhood zonings and just make small changes? Because I hear a lot at these planning board meetings and these city council meetings about how this brings stuff into conformity. When you guys set a limit on 25 feet maximum setback, and that brings some homes out of conformity. So it doesn't make sense to me. So I would say, why not just take the current zones in place and just make adjustments to density, reduce the setbacks, and reduce the road frontage requirement. I mean, I think those three things would do exactly what all of you talk about, which is allow for infill development. It would allow people to create ADUs. It would bring people into conformity, and I think it would have a lot of really positive effects and also keep the character of the neighborhoods. And it wouldn't also be as drastic, and I think it'd be a lot better received. But, you know, we go through that petition effort, and we spend hours upon hours, and I was on the committee, hours of meetings and knocking on doors just to have a couple changes made and have it re-implemented. That just kind of seems like smack in the face in a way. That's just the way I feel. So I would just, again, encourage us to just take a look at the current zonings, make small changes, because also we have an amazing amount of permits out there. Now, it hasn't been updated on the city website in a while, and I usually try to keep track of that because that's what I do with my free time. But we already have, without zoning changes, a massive amount of permits. So I think that
I'm sorry, your time is up, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Just one correction, the amendments were proposed by two councilors in a public meeting and then voted on after debate and public comment. Thank you.
Yeah.
Before they were sent to the planning board as recommendations to look at, which is well within the charter's right, and it's stipulated as such. So I just want to make sure that you're aware.
Yeah.
Anybody else from the public that would like to speak?
Good evening. My name's Jeffrey Harmon. I'm a resident of Ward 2, and I live at 34 Vista Drive. I would urge the council to vote no on this action and send us back to the planning board so there can be an actual real planning process with real input from citizens that are going to be affected by this. I think it's important to talk about how we got to where we are today. So this all started back in early March when the planning board sent forward a recommendation to apply the 4.2 to the Court Street zone. A very contentious meeting where they voted no, and then in the same meeting, one person left the room, got a telephone call, came back in, they changed their mind, and they voted yes. So this thing came forward was going to be sent to the city council. What happened in the interim period? The mayor and two councilors met, as was just referenced, in a non-public meeting, no public notice, no public participation, and they came forward to the first reading with a verbal list of changes from 4.2 to apply those in that first reading. So they were told prior to that that was in violation of state law to make a text change. So the city legal counsel, between the first and the second reading, advised the council they couldn't make that change. When you came to the second reading, they stripped off the 4.2 changes, amendments, applied 4.2 to that zone, and tabled this issue. The staff made it very clear that it was going to affect 4.2, and that's how we came to talking about this as 4.2B. Well, what happened then? In that period, there was a citizens referendum that was filed. Subsequent to that, the city council sent very specific instructions back to the planning board to take up the amendments that Councilor Hawes has made, and they did that. At that meeting, the chair of the planning board was very clear. This was an up or down decision. This was not something for the planning board to engage in their normal planning process. Why? Because it was a directive from the city council for the planning board to opine on that issue. The city staff said the same thing at that meeting, which was that they did not engage in the normal planning process for the same reason. So here we are today. No one disputes that we have 4.1 and we have 4.2 and more work needs to be done on this, and something like 4.2B or 4.2C or whatever needs to occur. But this needs to happen through the normal planning process at the planning board with robust citizen engagement, not a list of amendments that 3 people on the council came up with and has gone through the process without the usual feedback. Thank you very much.
I do need to, please, you can take a seat. Just for the council, I do need to correct some factual inconsistencies. First of all, it's not against state law for 2 councilors and a mayor to meet at any point in time. We know that through our legal training. And in fact, councilors do and should be encouraged to talk about what their issues are and so forth, as long as it's not breaking state law, which this was not. This was brought forth to the entire city council and discussed, and upon legal counsel stated it was too much of a substantial change, need to be brought back. Real process, some of these statements concern me, though I will state I can't get involved in, I think, a debate or discussion of this, as the gentleman is part of a group that is represented by council. Council has communicated with the city, so I will refer all their questions, or if they need clarifications on factual statements, to our city attorney. And if you need that name and number, we can provide that to you after the meeting. Anybody else in the public like to speak?
Bob Hayes, 172 Allen Avenue, here in Auburn. With respect to a Monday night meeting, I was invited, as John Cleveland was as well, by the mayor to sit down with 2 councilors, and I assume the mayor as well. So I don't believe that was a dated meeting for the council. So the mayor was reaching out for 2 people from the public to sit down to come up to a compromise. I do appreciate the handout that the mayor did provide at the 2 community communications or conversations. And as I look through this, I hope the public will really look in detail as to form-based planning and codes and requirements that are put forth under those codes. Form-based planning can be very more restrictive than general land use planning and under ordinances. And actually, even with the amendments, I'm still bothered that we're now at a point where 4.2B is almost equal to 4.1, except for one area, and that's apartments. 3-story apartments are allowed in 4.2, 4.2B, not in 4.1. And as the mayor introduced the conversations, he spoke of neighborhoods. We're doing away with neighborhoods. We're talking about 1,600 plus acres being put into one neighborhood. And if this 4.2B is expanded to go to areas that have been shaded purple, I think it's up to 5,500 acres. So, and even in the purpose of form-based code, provide a building development pattern that is based upon the built environmental physical form and its relationship to the public realm and the private realm. So you're supposed to look at neighborhoods by their character. Allow for a diversity of uses appropriate and compatible to the designated district area. Not one area, neighborhoods. I think if you read form-based planning, it talks neighborhoods. And even the strategic plan, which the mayor also read part of, I think also we need to go to final recommendations. And there are 5 that stand out, and I'll mention 2.
Mr. Hayes, I'm sorry, but thank you very much. Your time is up.
Okay. Read the strategic plan, read the handout that was provided at the conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the public who would like to speak on this?
Adam Lee, 87 Western Prom. I don't have much to say about the substance of the proposed amendment. There was a note about the Freedom of Access Act, and Section 406 of the Freedom of Access Act pretty clearly says, public notice shall be given for all public proceedings as defined in Section 402. If these proceedings are a meeting of a body or agency consisting of 3 or more persons, I'm not aware of anything that would exempt the mayor from being part of the body that is known as the Auburn City Council. So any meeting of 3 people needs to be noticed. That's pretty much the law.
Thank you, attorney. Second pro bono tonight.
My name is Elizabeth Dunn. I live at 530 Court Street. This is quick and easy. I just want it to be very clear, because other people have said things similar but not as succinctly. 4.2b, according to the way that I've read it, based on the things that have been presented by the council, is minimally, if at all, different from 4.2. And here is why I say that. It does not allow for adult uses, thank you, in neighborhoods. I appreciate that. However, everything else that was in 4.2 is still allowed in 4.2b if they can get special exception from the planning board, which means that potentially all of those other uses, businesses, commercial use, bed and breakfast, restaurants, everything could still be in our neighborhoods. So these are some of our big concerns, that the new one isn't really much different than the old one. And therefore, those of us who don't appreciate 4.2, I can't believe that anybody, and I am speaking for myself, but I can't imagine that anyone is going to find that a very big change. I would really encourage you, again, to think about the compromises, maybe sitting down with large groups of us and figure out a compromise. If you're willing to do it for Hammond, you should be able to do it for us. Thank you.
Is there anybody from the public who would like to speak before I close this public comment? I think everybody has. Okay, I'll now close the public portion of this discussion. Bring it back to council. Council, we have a motion on the floor. Again, this is going into that proverbial parking lot for a potential future application or no application. Councilor Staples.
So first of all, I would just like to address the public meeting. I'm just going to read an email from the mayor sent on Wednesday, March 9th, 9:34 a.m. Sent to Brian Wood, Eric Cousins, Ryan Hawes, and myself. Brian, good morning. I will be forming a work group to discuss the potential amendments to the traditional downtown zone based on constituent feedback. The members of this work group will be Councilor Staples and Hawes, and I will invite Bob Hayes and John Cleveland. The meeting will be held on Monday, March 14th, 2022 from 5:30 to 6:30 and is public. Can we reserve the community room or council chambers? No need to televise or record this. Best regards, Jason Levesque. I attended that meeting because I was told it was public. I didn't look to see if it was publicized on the city website, and that was my error. Apparently it wasn't publicized on the city website, but I took this email to staff to know that it would be publicized. I'm sorry. It should have been on the website. And that's why I went. Going back to this zone, I've heard a lot of people talk about process. I've been involved in this process from the beginning, from the comprehensive plan all the way up through the planning board's approval to the city council's. And there has been significant public process for this zone. I think one thing that has dismayed me throughout this is that I've been looking for some public input on this. I really have. And every chance I get to talk to people about this, I want to know what people think. I want some neighborhood agreements. I want to build some consensus. I'm a firm believer that in government, there's no winners and losers, because if you have winners and losers, then we're all losers. We need to come to some agreements, and we need to figure out what works for people. I hear you guys tonight that say that you want more public process honestly, I've had a lot of public process, and if that's what it takes, let's do it. I'd like to make a motion that we send this back to a series of public meetings to engage the public and find out what their concerns are, and to come back with an adapted plan that we will look at the council level and send back to planning board.
I'll second
I'm not,
his
hold on. I'm not sure. There's no definitives on this motion to amend? Define
will-
public comments, to define timing, please.
Got it. So over the next 3 months, I'd like a series of 3 meetings at public areas. We could have it in council chambers. We could do it.
So 3 meetings in 3 months?
3 meetings in 3 months for neighborhood discussions. I want to be able to have as much input as we need to from the public on this.
So you have a motion to amend, requiring 3 neighborhood meetings before this comes back in what form? Because this doesn't get sent to the planning board. The planning board has approved this 4.2B already. This is us just adopting it and putting it out there for potential use.
I understand that, and look, if this was up to me, I think that this would be 4.2 is a good zone. But I hear the public, and I think the public has
Okay.
said
So-
their piece, and I think we've got 2,400 signatures that have put us on notice, and I think we need to listen to that.
So you've got a motion to basically postpone this vote until 3 public meetings has happened, and then to bring this back for adjudication or action. And I have a second from Councilor Gary.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask for, again, this is a postponement so it's not a privileged motion. So it's a privileged motion on a postponement? Tabling is privileged, but postponement is not.
Yeah, postponing, they can debate it.
Okay, very good.
Yep,
I just
they
know
can
table
debate
you can't, but postponement you can. Is there any comments on this, on the postponement for 3 months and 3 more public hearings?
I just have a question. How many meetings has the planning board had on just this topic of 4.2 and
Eric?
4.2B?
Eric, roughly?
Include the comp plan adoption, I think we have it.
Yeah, I know with the comp plan, there were a total of 19 meetings of the comp plan committee, 19 to 20. I don't have the exact total of planning board at this point. I know that they reviewed it at least twice for the initial adoption of T42. They've seen it once for T42B. I mean, I can get those numbers for you, but it's
4.2, I mean, they had this hearing, they had it applying 4.2B to Court Street, multiple, workshops. I don't know. It's
Community
over a dozen
conversations.
on 4.2. Over a dozen, not to mention the 4.2 that was implemented in, well, for example, 6th Street, the previous person gave us a letter, was wary of any changes, even though the change took effect in March of 2021 to his street. So there is public comments on those as well. So it goes back.
Yeah. A dozen or
Answer your
more
question.
if you review all of the T42 discussions, including the previous applications in 2017.
Now, my second follow-up question to that is, how many were mentioned to the public?
Yeah, again, I can get you all of those numbers, but there's been at least 3 mailings that, were in excess of 1,500 to 2,000 people for those multiple areas, and specific discussions about T42 or T42B.
And then additionally, I know I personally attended both of the public conversations. Because my concern is that we're seeing something from 2,400 people, and they're saying we don't like what's happening. And I said this during the community conversation is, I haven't seen a solution yet. Nobody has come forward with, this is how it should be done. So, this is the best thing we have. And I would hate to postpone it or table it to send it back and then potentially send it back to planning board, where we could just adopt it, as in the parking lot statement that we had before, not implement it until we know what's happening, and then proceed after that. So
Hey, we can have 3 more community conversations in the next 4 weeks, okay? We can have them in the next 3 weeks. We can have them all over the city. I'll set up a street corner someplace with a 10 by 10 pop-up. I mean, we can do that. But the definitions here, I'm having a hard time struggling. Any other comments on this motion to amend? Councilor
I
White?
have a comment. I think people are overwhelmed by the massive nature of these proposals. I was on 4 different comp plans in the 80s, the 90s, 2000, and I was co-chair in 2010. And at none of those until this small group of 8 people, and I think it was 3 on the housing portion, came up with a scheme which is grander than the public wants to digest. And on top of all this, all of this that we're dealing with here, you've got major state law changes, which compared to the rest of the state, we didn't really even need those because we were ahead of the other cities and municipalities in terms of our zoning. We were already very permissive and we attracted lots of development. To me, the biggest issue is the conformity, which I like that, but there's other ways. There was a discussion tonight about that, which I really liked. And so as averse as people may be to more meetings, I don't think it's a bad idea.
Okay. Councilor Gary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What we're failing to realize is all the different neighborhoods that make up the city, they're unique in their own way and they're special. I do not like this T42B game we're playing because it feels like a cookie cutter. We're trying to take the cookie cutter and just hit it at every zone in the city, which isn't fair to our Auburn residents. We got to be more thoughtful and plan out more what we'd like to do and include them of what they'd like to see in their neighborhoods. And so I'm not going to support this, not until more public input and we as a city figure out what our direction is. We're not a one-trick pony of just making housing every this, that, and every place. There's more things that make Auburn special.
Like a 15% tax increase. Councilor Staples.
Yeah, I'm just going to add to this that I support T4.2B as written. I think that it's okay. I think that it's a good zone. Again, I'll just say that I've heard enough from people who really want a chance to weigh in on this, and I feel like they should have a chance.
I'll ask for a vote at this time. All those in favor of the motion to amend, which states postponing for action for 3 months for 3 community conversations, whichever comes, Councilor Staples, whichever comes first.
Well, I'd like 1 a month for 3 months.
Okay, 1 a month for 3 months, 3 community conversations. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, the motion fails. So we had a motion to amend, we bring it back to the actual original motion here. Is there any other debate on the actual motion, though I think we covered a lot of it? None being? Anybody? Anybody? I'm gonna ask for a vote, roll call vote, please.
Councilor Whiting.
No.
Councilor Hawes.
Yes.
Councilor Milks.
Yes.
Councilor Moran.
Yes.
Councilor Walker.
Yes.
Councilor Staples.
Yes.
Councilor Gary.
No.
Order passes 5-2. Next.
Point of clarification, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, geez, I'm sorry. Didn't know that was coming from you.
I know. I do just want to clarify a reference that Councilor Staples made regarding the email, and want to clarify for the record, the mayor did, in fact, send that email to myself, and there was an error in communication on staff's behalf, which is why it was not publicized on the website. So for the record, I do want to just make sure that it's clear and want to apologize.
Thank you. Last we have is order 0718-2022, authorizing the mayor to sign and submit certifications and assurances by the chief executive of the applicant government document to be submitted with the 2022 Edward Byrne Justice Assistance Grant application. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second. Okay, basically, this is paperwork so we can get some grant money, but they, at the federal government, recognize that the ultimate power in the city lies within the mayor and not within the city manager.
Right.
I just had to say that. God, made me feel good. All those in favor? Or I'll open this up to the public for comment. Anybody from the public want to comment on this? Council? None? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? None being, 7-0 passes. Last open session of the night. Is there anybody in the public that would like to speak about a topic that does not appear on tonight's agenda? Please name, address, and 3 minutes.
You probably know it by heart. Elizabeth Dunn, 530 Court Street. I'm completely perplexed at this point, disgusted. I just don't even know where to go. Mayor, when you had your community conversations last week, there were people that made comments and you said, and I don't know if I have this exactly right, so pardon me if I'm paraphrasing, something to the effect of, well, that is something that you need to bring to your counselors or to the planning board. And then when we bring our concerns to the council, you say, this is not a community conversation, we'll have to discuss it in a conversation. But then Mr. Staples offers the opportunity for us to have more conversations, and even though some of you agree with that, it just got shot down. So I think that there are a large number of people in our city, maybe even beyond the 2,400 or the however many other people signed the lake petition, that have real concerns. And we really don't believe that you are listening. We have tried to offer solutions, Mr. Hawes, but they fall upon a wall that just bounces back to us. We have asked you to look at 4.1. We have asked you to consider lowering the density. We've asked you to think about setbacks without having all the businesses and everything. We have given you lots and lots of things to think about and other possibilities. I believe there are potential solutions, but it takes more people and a willingness to compromise. And I am not seeing that by the majority of this city council, or the planning board for that matter, and I have been at all the meetings. So I don't know where else we go. Maybe you have an answer, but I don't think it's going to be one that any of us like.
Is there anybody else in the public that would like to speak at this last open session? None being, I'll close it. Mayor's report. I have nothing to report tonight. I already covered that in communications. City council reports start over here. Councilor Staples.
Nothing tonight.
Just keep going down.
Nothing.
I would just, in closing, like to, along with what the mayor said, pass my condolences along to Elfrida Fournier's family, and special condolences to my predecessor, Brian Carrier, Ward 4 City Councilor, because I know he had a very close personal relationship with Elfrida, and I was fortunate enough to know Elfrida in the private sector, and then sat down with Councilor Carrier and Elfrida before I considered becoming a city councilor. So my heartfelt condolences to her family.
None.
All set, thank you. All set.
What's up, Mr. Manager?
Just one further item. LATC, which is our Lewis and Auburn Transit Committee, had their meeting on Thursday. At that meeting, it was brought to our attention that part of the Federal Transit Authority's requirements regarding meetings is that access to those meetings should be done through, be available through transit. We were meeting at AvCog, however, we were meeting at 5:30. Buses do not run at that time. So the meeting time for LATC is being moved till noon, and it'll be held here at Auburn Hall. And we are providing a Zoom option based on a policy that was adopted by LATC, that a remote meeting is available, so that it'll improve accessibility to the LATC board and those that are part of the ridership.
Very good. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. It's 9:45.
So moved. Second.
Councilor Milks, Councilor Walker, all those in favor of adjourning say aye. Aye. Opposed? Crickets. We now stand adjourned. Thank you very much. Have a great night. That was a lot.